Do solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Have a seat over here.
Alrighty. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Lori Phillips?
Ms. Phillips, are you the widow of Mark Phillips?
I am.
I'm going to ask you some of the questions that we're all here to decide. At any point on February 22nd of 2019, did you have reason to believe that your husband, Mark, would die?
No.
Was that ever your intent?
No.
Let's talk a little bit about how you and Mark met. When did you meet?
Well, I've known Mark for many, many years, but I met back up with him in June of 2016.
What was happening in June of 2016?
We were at I was at June Dairy Days with a friend, and he went running by.
Okay, you kind of did a little roadrunner motion there.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
So we were standing outside watching the band, and Mark was running by, like going back into the bar or beer tent to see his friends, and he's like, as he always says, he was like, "Skirch," like he stopped, and he's like, "Oh, hey," and said hi.
The two of you strike up a conversation at that point?
We did.
Did that eventually lead to a romantic relationship with Mr. Phillips?
Yes, a few months later, yes.
Okay, so when approximately did the two of you start dating?
It was August of 2016.
And what was the beginning of your relationship like with Mark?
It was awesome. He was amazing. We just had so much fun together.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we would watch TV together. We would cook together. We'd been known to dance in the kitchen together. We'd spend time with family and friends, hang out at the pool. We did a lot.
At the beginning of the relationship, were things pretty good with Mark?
They were awesome.
And at some point during that, after starting to date, did the two of you eventually move in together?
Yes.
When approximately did that happen?
So we got engaged in February, and I think I moved in March.
Okay, so a very fast progression of the relationship from beginning to date.
Very fast.
And when you moved in together, how would you describe your relationship with Mark?
It was great.
Were there days after your relationship progressed that things were not so great with Mark?
Yes, there were times.
What do you mean by that, Lori?
We had problems.
Were there points in your relationship when Mark specifically was not pleasant to be around?
Yes.
What points of the relationship were those?
Well, they would be if Mark was jealous over somebody. That's really the only problem we ever had.
Well, let's talk about Mark's jealousy. What did Mark look like when he was jealous?
He's very angry.
Could you describe that a little bit? What would Mark look like when he's angry or jealous?
Well, he would just be yelling, screaming, sometimes becoming physically abusive.
And what kind of things would set Mark off and make him jealous?
If somebody looked at me, if there was somebody who was maybe I don't know if I want to say intimidated by, but maybe he thought that they had some type of interest or something.
So are we talking about men here, Lori?
Yes.
And was that how Mark behaved right at the beginning of your relationship?
At the beginning, he was fine.
Is this something that happened as the two of you kind of settled into this pattern of dating?
Yes.
So let's talk about this. When Mark would get jealous, how could you tell?
Well, just by his tone of voice, he would create scenes. He would call me names.
What kind of names would he call you?
Slut, whore, things like that.
Is that fairly common?
It was.
And what kind of things would prompt Mark to call you names like slut or a whore? Would there be a particular triggering event?
Well, this only happened when he was drunk. We didn't argue when he was sober.
And let's talk about that. So, have you seen Mark drunk in the past?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
And do you feel like you would be able to recognize when Mark was getting drunk?
Yes.
Now, when Mark got angry, when Mark got jealous, would he also get angry?
Yes.
Who would that anger typically be directed at?
Me. It was always me.
And What kind of things did he blame you for, Lori?
Well, he would think that I wanted somebody else or something. That would be his main thing.
Was that something that happened often where Mark would assume that you were interested in another man?
In his mind, yes. It was never true, but yes, in his mind.
Did that happen more than a few times, Lori, throughout the course of your relationship?
Yes.
So is something as simple as just another man looking at you, is that enough to set Mark off when he was drinking?
Yes, I would always get in trouble for that.
You said you would get in trouble. Why do you say you would get in trouble, Lori?
Because he took it out on me.
Because it was your fault whenever another man showed you.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you have an impression as to whether or not Mark assigned fault to you or another person when another man paid attention to you?
The fault would always be mine.
All right. Now, you mentioned some verbal abuse. How would that look like, Lori? I mean, you said that he would yell and scream and call you names. Would this be a short-term thing? Would he go on for a period of time? What would that typically look like when he would become verbally abusive?
Mark didn't drop things very easily. He continued. He would go on and on.
And is that something that you dealt with on a fairly consistent basis when Mark was drunk?
Oh, yeah.
Did Mark ever escalate the abuse from verbal to something else?
To physical?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you describe that for us, please?
I mean, specific instances or what?
Well, just generally speaking, what do you mean by the abuse turning physical?
So, I mean, he's pushed me before. He's choked me numerous times. He's grabbed me and, walked me around things.
Like forcefully grabbing you by the arm and walking you someplace?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Could you describe how he forcefully walked you around?
Yes, he would grab my arm and, for instance, an actual instance, and walk me around the truck and basically shoved me into the truck.
Did that hurt when he would grab you and walk you around like that?
Yes.
And Lori, how did you feel about Mark when he was jealous and angry and upset with you about whatever his jealousy was at the moment?
How would I feel about him, did you ask?
Yes, how did that make you feel?
How did it make me feel when he was jealous?
Yes.
I mean, I didn't like it. I'm not sure what I'm sorry.
Did his behavior ever reach the point where you were scared of him?
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
And would that include both the verbal and the physical altercations?
Yes.
So you mentioned that these incidents tended to happen or tended to be worse when he was drinking. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did this type of thing generally happen when Mark was sober?
Never. No, he was amazing when he was sober. Mark was the greatest guy. And that's one point I want to make clear.
When he was drinking, could he be a different guy?
100%.
Now, Lori, when Mark was drinking, would you behave differently around him in any respect?
Yeah, I mean, I would make sure to, check my surroundings to make sure that, I'm not going to run into any, I don't know, good-looking guys or something. I'm just going to make sure that I'm not going to upset my husband.
Okay. And was that something that you were just conscious of, that you were trying to avoid good-looking men?
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know if they have to be good-looking or not, but just anybody, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to put a halt to anything that could potentially happen, yes.
And Lori, was that a practice that you adopted after a number of these instances where Mark was taking his jealousy and anger out on you?
Objection. Frame of the question.
Try to reframe it.
Okay. Lori, why did you adopt this approach?
Okay, I'm sorry because I got all confused as to what
Sure.
happened. So I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, before we do that, can we have a quick sidebar?
Lori, when you were out with Mark and he was drinking, did you always remain cautious of your surroundings to avoid triggering him?
Always.
Now, I want to talk about a few specific incidents leading up to this, and I want to bring you back to your birthday on January 19th of 2018. Is that in fact your birthday, Lori?
Yeah. What, January 19th, yes.
Yeah, not of 2018,
Yeah.
obviously. But did you have any plans for that day?
We did. We owned a party bus, so we hired a driver, designated driver, to actually take some friends and family from Holman to Winona to pick up more friends and family to go bar hopping.
Okay. And what's a party bus?
I believe ours was an old shuttle bus that they would do like a hotel airport shuttle bus like in the cities.
Is that just something that, in what ways would you use the party bus?
To take our friends around and go drinking.
Okay.
But we always had a designated driver.
Okay. So the plan was that you and your friends and family would all go out bar hopping?
Correct.
Where were you going to go out bar hopping?
We were in Winona.
And was Mark part of these plans?
Absolutely.
Now, did that end up being a fun evening for you, Lori?
In the beginning, yes.
At some point, did that change?
It did.
What changed?
We were at a particular bar, Mulligan's Bar, and the owner, which I happen to know, kind of said, we were leaving, Mark, we were all leaving, and he kind of gave me a little pat and said, "Happy birthday," right when we were walking out the door.
Okay, so you motioned with the palm of your hand, a little pat. Where did he pat you?
Probably my shoulder blade or something.
Okay. Anything sexual or romantic about that touch, Lori?
No, not at all.
Okay. How did you react to being pat on the back?
I didn't think a thing about it.
Did you notice anything about Mark at that point?
Yes.
What did you notice about Mark?
Mark was pissed
Why do you say he was pissed?
because he started to make a scene after we left the bar. He was making a scene and yelling.
What kind of things was he yelling?
Same things he always does, that I'm a slut and a whore.
Did you have some sense as to why Mark was yelling at you that you were a slut and a whore at that point?
Well, I think he may have, I don't remember, but he may have said something about letting some man touch me or something. I don't remember, but that's how I figured out what he was talking about.
Lori, did you see that as a proportionate reaction to what had happened with Dan at Mulligan's tapping you on the back?
Speculation.
Bless you, Fritz.
Bless.
No, it's her thoughts about whether it's proportionate. Go ahead.
Yeah, did you see that as a proportionate or appropriate reaction to what had happened between you and Dan?
Was it appropriate?
Do you believe that Mark reacted appropriately?
No. He overreacted.
Now, at that point, was the argument over?
No.
What happened next?
We had been leaving. We had walked out of Mulligan's. We got into the party bus and we went to our last bar at that time, which was the East End, which Matt Gierach, who was here earlier, a bar that he bartends at.
Were you able to observe whether or not Mark was still upset at the point that you reached the East End bar?
East Side, yes.
East Side, my apologies. How could you tell?
Well, because he continued to argue and make a scene.
Still appeared to be angry to you?
He was angry, yes.
What, if anything, happened next?
At one point, he pulled me out of my chair. He tried to pull me out of my chair. I don't know if he wanted to talk or if he was trying to get me to leave. I don't know what he was. I don't recall. I don't remember. But at one point, then he just took everybody that came from Holman and left.
Well, let's talk about when he was pulling you from the chair. Was he angry with you at that point?
Yes.
What kind of things was he yelling and was he yelling and screaming still?
Was he? Yes, he was.
Do you recall anything particular that Mark was yelling and screaming at you as he was trying to pull you off the chair?
I mean, it's going to be the same things.
I'm asking specifically as to the East Side bar. Did Mark say anything in particular while he was grabbing you on the arm?
Probably let's go. I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. Lori, is it fair to say that you're nervous testifying today?
Yeah, I am, yes.
You heard Mr. Gierach's testimony about what Mark said
Oh,
to
I'm
you?
sorry. Okay. Yes, I know what you're talking about. And I don't even know how this came into context, but he called me.
You can say the N-word. Or just refer to it as the N-word.
He called me an N-word loving whore.
And was he doing anything to you while he was calling you that?
Well, I think that's when he was pulling me out of my chair.
What was your reaction to that, Lori?
Well, I didn't understand where that was coming from, but I mean, it was scary. I don't know what he was doing. It's
Okay. Now, what happened next?
Then he got his group of people and left.
Did you leave with them?
No, he left me behind.
Were you the only one left behind, Lori?
From the party bus? Well, okay. From the people that came from home and on the party bus, yes.
Okay. Now, did you and Mark have a chance to chat about what had happened the next day?
We did I know that we had some text exchange.
And at any point, did Mark apologize to you?
Of course.
Is that something that he did often after incidents like this?
He always apologized the next day.
Did you always accept his apologies?
I did.
Were you always willing to forgive Mark?
Yes.
Why?
Because I loved him.
Let's talk about August 3rd of 2018. Do you remember having plans with Mark that day?
Yes.
What were you supposed to be doing that day?
So that day I actually switched my shift so I could get done early. Mark and I were going to do what we called a date day. So I was going to get done at like 1, I want to say, and then Mark and I were going to the two of us hang out in the pool together all day.
Okay, so kind of a special day that the two of you had planned?
Just the two of us, because normally we have people over in the pool.
All right. Why don't we walk through the day starting in the beginning? Do you remember interacting with Mark at all when the two of you got up?
Yeah. So I actually logged on, and I worked at home. So I logged on to work, and Mark actually went out to breakfast with his parents.
And was there anything about that was notable to you?
Well, I mean, I think they met at like 7:30 a.m., and I know that's Mark started drinking at that time.
Okay. Where did they go for breakfast, if you recall?
Nutbush.
Okay. They do have great breakfast there, but what would Mark, were you familiar with what Mark would typically drink at Nutbush?
Well, normally at breakfast time, he would get a bloody with like a beer chaser.
So a Bloody Mary with a beer chaser?
Correct.
Was that typically all that Mark drank at breakfast?
Well, after the Bloody Mary and beer chaser, he would normally just order a bottle of beer.
Okay. At some point after breakfast, did you have a chance to interact with Mark?
Yes.
And did you notice whether or not he had been drinking at breakfast?
Well, I think he kind of threw it in my face that he had a good Bloody Mary, so while I was working.
All right. Now, what happened next?
So Mark was coming home, and he said he had gotten a call from Mo, a guy that he works with, and said he had forgotten that he promised Mo that he would golf in a golf tournament that day.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you, Lori, how did you react to Mark saying that he was going to go golfing instead of spending the day with you?
I was super disappointed.
Okay.
But I told him I wasn't going to say no, he couldn't go. But I was hoping that if I said that he would make the rational decision and not go, since we did have plans.
Did he end up going golfing?
He sure did.
And is there anything about Mark and golfing that concerned you?
It was drinking beer all day.
Okay. Is that something that he typically did when he was out golfing?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did you have any chance to communicate with Mark throughout the day?
Yeah, I mean, we were texting and calling for a portion of the day.
At any point, did you get the sense that Mark was beginning to become intoxicated?
Yes.
And did that concern you, Lori?
Yes.
Why?
Because Mark turns into a different person when he's drunk.
Now, at some point, did the time of day get into the evening?
Yes. So, well, originally when he told me he was going to go golfing, he said he would come home, he'd be home by 4, which I already knew that wasn't going to be true. So I gave him till like 5 or 6 into when I started calling him, and that's when he started ignoring me. So yeah, I went into evening, and then he stopped answering my calls, so I ended up calling Mo to try and talk to my husband.
Okay. Did you get a sense that Mark was drunk from what you were able to observe?
Oh, yeah.
And at some point, did it get later into the evening?
Yes.
Had you seen Mark by the time that you were ready to go to bed that evening?
No.
What was your impression of where Mark was or what he was doing at that point?
They were bar hopping.
Okay. And were you concerned that Mark had been out drinking all day?
Yes, since 7:30 in the morning, correct.
Did you take any steps in response to that when you were getting ready to go to bed?
I did. I locked the door
Why'd you lock the door, Lori?
because I didn't want any altercation.
You were worried that, is that something you were worried would happen if Mark came home in that condition?
Yeah, absolutely.
What did you figure that Mark would do if you locked the door and locked him out?
Well, I would think that he would go sleep in the man cave. He's done that before.
Well, yeah, let's talk about the man cave. Does that have a couch or a futon or something where somebody can sleep on it?
It had actually a pretty large couch.
And you said that that's something that Mark's done before, that he's passed out in the man cave?
He has.
All right. Did you end up sleeping through the night that evening, Lori?
No.
Why not?
Because Mark came home, I want to say he came home at like 11:30 at night, somewhere around there, somewhere 11:30. I can't remember what time it was. But he was locked out, so he started pounding on the bedroom windows.
Did you have a chance to observe Mark at any point while he was pounding on the bedroom windows?
I don't know if I looked out the windows, but I obviously heard him.
And what was your impression of whether or not Mark was drunk or sober at that point?
I'm going to say he was like annihilated. He was drunk.
Okay. What happened next?
Well, at some point, he called his parents over. And, I guess I should say that the house that we lived in was Mark's, but under his parents' name.
Now, did you want to let Mark in when he was in that condition?
Absolutely not.
Did Mark eventually end up getting into the house?
He did.
How did that happen?
He broke down the back door.
Did you physically see the remains of the door after it had been broken down?
I did.
And what's the first contact you remember having with Mark inside of the home at that point?
Well, he and his mom and his dad all ran through the house into the bedroom where I was laying.
What in particular did you notice about Mark when he ran into the bedroom?
He ran over around the other side. So our bed is here, and they come in this door, and I was laying over here, so he ran over here. His parents stayed over here.
Did anything concern you about the location where Mark ran to?
Yes.
What concerned you about that?
Well, because he ran over and lunged for something.
All right. And when you say lunge, do you mean that he was lunging with an arm, with a hand grasping for something?
Correct.
Where was the hand lunging towards?
Well, we have a safe, and there was a loaded gun laying on the safe.
Is that something that was typically there?
Yes.
And what was your impression of what Mark was lunging for when he ran into the room?
The gun.
Did Mark end up grabbing the gun?
No.
Now, Lori, did you take any action in response to Mark breaking down the door and lunging towards that safe where the gun was?
I did. I called the police.
Why did you call the police?
Because my husband was drunk and running for a gun, and he was upset.
Were you scared of Mark at that point?
Of course I was.
All right. At some point after the August 3rd of 2018 incident, did you and Mark end up breaking up?
After the August 3rd, yes.
And did you end up moving to a different location at some point, Lori?
I did. I moved into an apartment on Alaska.
Do you remember what the address was?
Yep, it was 518 Quincy Street, apartment number 1.
Now, after you and Mark broke up, did Mark leave you alone?
No.
Why do you say that?
Because he used to break into my apartment when I wasn't home. And when I was home.
Okay. Let's talk in particular about one of those incidents. You mentioned that Mark, that there was a particular incident where Mark broke into your apartment in Alaska. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not you had been talking to Mark in some form earlier that day?
Well, I believe we were texting.
And did you have some sense, Lori, as to whether or not Mark was upset during your exchanges?
He was upset.
What, if any, steps did you take in response to that?
So I actually had a deadbolt as well as a lock on the door handle. I locked them both. And not knowing if he was going to come over or not, I actually took a chair and I propped it up to the door to do an extra step of security so that Mark couldn't get through.
Well, let's talk about that. What kind of chair was this?
I have a high-top kitchen table, so they're higher chairs.
Like a higher backed chair or like a stool?
I think they call them like pub tables maybe, that they're just taller, and so the chairs are taller as well.
Is this something you'd ever done before, Lori, propping up a chair underneath your doorknob to prevent it from being kicked in?
No.
Was there something about your interactions with Mark where you had the sense that things were not going to go well?
I had a feeling that he was going to come over, yes.
Now, Lori, did you end up going to bed that evening?
I did.
And when you went to bed, was your door still locked and secured with that high-backed chair?
It was, yes.
What do you recall happening next?
I heard a big crash, like a big something. And then I just heard somebody run through my apartment and run into the bedroom and jump on top of me.
Did you get a sense of who that was jumping on top of you?
I was going to say my husband. He wasn't my husband at the time. He was my fiance. Maybe boyfriend, I guess. I don't know if we had broke up. I don't remember.
It was Mark Phillips?
It was Mark, I'm sorry, yes.
And what was Mark doing when he jumped on top of you?
Choking me.
Could you breathe?
Not well, no.
How did that feel, Lori, when Mark broke into your apartment in the middle of the night, jumped on your bed and began choking you?
It was terrifying. It was scary. You don't expect to be assaulted in your own bedroom by somebody you love.
Did Mark let up at some point?
I mean, he must have. He had to have.
What would you do, or how would you deal with Mark when he was this angry and this out of control?
I mean, I guess my best word I'd use is I'd submit to him.
What did submitting to Mark look like?
I mean, if he's like coming over to say, hey, I know you want so-and-so or something, I would just like be like, no, Mark, it's not true. Like, I would just make sure that he knew what his thoughts were not true, or just kind of just give in to make things better.
Would you always give in to Mark whenever he is in one of these moods?
Yes.
Now, Lori, at some point, did you and Mark end up getting back together and moving into the house in Holman?
Yes.
And did Mark's behavior get any better during that time frame after you moved back in?
I mean, we still had issues. There was still some more incidents.
And I want to talk a little bit about that. Were you still scared of Mark?
Not when he's sober. Never when he's sober. But if he was ever intoxicated, yes.
Were there times that Mark would get intoxicated after you moved back in?
Yes.
And were there times when Mark got intoxicated that the two of you would argue?
Yes.
And I want to talk in particular about a time after you moved back in. Do you remember having an argument with Mark after he'd been drinking at night?
I believe I know which one you're talking about. If I'm sleeping in the other room,
Yes.
Yes.
And do you remember what the argument was about?
I have no idea. I mean, I can just imagine it was some jealousy thing.
So after Mark, and was Mark drinking that evening?
Yes, that evening, yes.
So what did you do when the two of you started arguing?
I decided to move into the spare bedroom and sleep there for the night.
What happened next?
I woke up to Mark coming in the room. I don't know the time or anything. Like, I don't even know if there's a clock in that room. But it was dark out. And I woke up to the door opening, and Mark just stood in the doorway.
What was your perception of what was happening right then, Lori?
Well, because he just stood there, and I didn't know what he was doing. So my mind started racing, and I honestly believed that he was holding a gun and that he was going to shoot me.
Had you reached that point in your relationship that you believed that your husband was capable of killing you?
Yes.
Lori, did you have some general idea that others were concerned for you at that time frame.
Yes.
And at the time, were you willing to listen to their concerns?
I mean, I listened to them, but in my mind, I had everything under control.
In hindsight, do you believe that you actually had everything under control?
No.
Now, were there points in your relationship that you were isolated from being able to seek out a support system?
Yes.
Particular to your cell phone, were there points in time where you would be denied access to your telephone?
To my telephone? Well, anytime we were in an argument, Mark would take my phone away from me.
Was that fairly frequent?
He always took when we were arguing, he always took my phone from me.
Is there another time where you believe that you had been isolated in the course of your relationship from sources of support?
Yes.
What are you referring to with that?
So Mark and I had an argument, and for some reason he went downstairs in the basement, which I was like, there's nothing down there in the basement. We don't even go down there. So I thought that was odd because I'm up there talking downstairs to Mark. And then he came back up and he left. I want to say he left to go to, well, I was going to say Bismarck, but I bet you he was working in the cities then. And he left. He had my phone. And so I just went to log into work and I couldn't log in.
What kind of work were you doing at the time, Lori?
I was working at Mayo Clinic in Human Resources.
Did you work remotely typically?
All the time, yeah.
Did you rely on internet access in order to work in that time frame?
Yes.
What did you do when you went to log in?
Well, I went to log in and I was unable to log in. I couldn't get the internet up.
Did you take any steps in response to that?
Yes. So I called our internet provider, and they couldn't get there till the next day. So
let me ask you this. How were you able to call the internet provider if Mark had your telephone?
That's a good question. I don't know how I contacted them. That's a really good question. Somehow I did. I don't know.
What did you do in terms of work that day if you were unable to log in?
Well, I don't think I was able to, unless if that's the day I actually drove to Rochester. So I ended up having to drive to Rochester because I couldn't log in.
Okay.
Either that day or the next day. I unfortunately, it was like over 5 years ago.
Did the internet issue ever get resolved?
It did.
And what was your impression as to the cause of the problem with the internet?
They advised that the line was intentionally cut in the basement.
Mark was the only person who had been in the basement?
Correct.
How did that make you feel, Lori, when Mark would take your telephone, cut off your access to internet, cut off your access to sources of support?
Well, I mean, I was completely isolated, and we lived, if I can, like out in the boonies. Like, if something were to happen, I don't know what I would have done.
So, Lori, I got to ask you, after all of these red flags and warning signs, why did you keep coming back to Mark?
Because I loved him.
Do you acknowledge in retrospect that the relationship was unhealthy for the two of you?
Today, yes. Today I can acknowledge it, yes.
At the time, do you think that you were able to see exactly how toxic things were?
At the time, no.
Were there points in time, Lori, that you would minimize or justify Mark's behavior towards you because you loved him?
Always. I always did that.
Now, the two of you eventually got married. When did that happen?
December 29th of 2018, sorry.
And did Mark's behavior, the angry, jealous behavior, stop after the two of you were married?
No.
Let's talk a little bit about what your future plans were. We've heard a little bit about a move to North Dakota. Was that going to happen in February of 2019?
Yes.
And what was the reason for the move?
Mark's job.
Did Mark get a different position?
He probably took over the Bismarck maybe manager possibly. I don't know. He's worked in Bismarck previously, and it was a good sales job for him out there.
Okay. How did you feel about going to Bismarck, Lori?
Well, I mean, it meant that I was leaving everything behind.
Did you see any silver lining or positive aspects to going to Bismarck?
Well, yeah. I mean, we talked about how if we got away from like everybody around home in Winona, that we would have a new start.
Is that something that you believed would happen if you were just in a totally new environment, that you'd be able to start over, so to speak?
I believe that, yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the home itself. I'm going to get an exhibit marked. Lori, I'm off for 526.
I just want to, is that a different exhibit than the aerial photo we had earlier?
It's a little bit more enlarged.
Oh, no objection. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss something.
Okay. Any objection being received? And
No.
Okay, be received and published.
Publish. All right. Lori, I'm publishing the exhibit. Do you recognize this overhead photograph?
Yes.
And I just want to go through some of the points of interest on the photograph, so to speak. Was this where you and Mark had lived prior to February of 2019?
Yes.
All right. So I am pointing to a large structure in the middle of this photograph. What is that?
Oh, sorry, I was looking over there. That's the house.
All right. And how many doors did that house have, or how many exterior entrances or exits?
Well, there was a front door and a back door.
Which door did you use more frequently?
The back door.
All right. And where is the back door in relation to this photograph?
So, the back, yep, right back there, yep,
Where I'm pointing the laser pointer right now?
correct.
Okay. And I see there's a structure behind the house. What is that?
That's the man cave.
And is that what you were describing earlier, where Mark had some couches and a television and other things out there?
Yes.
What is this over here?
So on the right is the 2-car garage, and on the left is the 1-car garage.
What did you have in the 2-car and the 1-car garages?
Well, the 1-car garage was like storage, and the 2-car garage we used, so the Outback, the car was in there. And when we had the Camaro, when it wasn't in storage, the Camaro would be in there too.
Okay. And you said that you would usually park the Outback. Is that a Subaru Outback?
Correct.
Who would typically drive the Subaru Outback?
Well, I mean, it was new. I mean, so when I bought the truck in December. When we bought the truck, we traded in my Cadillac. So I lost my car and took over the Subaru in December then. So me.
So the Subaru had been Mark's previously, though?
Yes, yep.
All right. And you said that you would park the Subaru typically inside of that 2-car garage.
Yeah, on the right side. On the right side.
Okay. Where would the truck typically be parked once you and Mark purchased that?
The truck would always be parked in between the man cave and the house.
All right, and I'm using the laser pointer. Is that approximately the area where the truck would be parked?
Correct.
All right, and I noticed that you have a horseshoe-type driveway here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a particular driveway that you would go into or out of when you were driving in and out of the property?
Me or Mark or in general?
Let's start with you. Was there a particular driveway that you tended to use?
I always used I think that they're calling this one W, the one on the left. Is that W?
I'm going to hand you the laser pointer. Why don't you point out the one that you're using?
This is the one that I usually drive up, right here.
All right. And did that matter which direction you were coming from, which driveway you tended to take, Lori?
I mean, I think I always use that one. If we're coming from West Salem, Mark would take this one, but I think I still take this one.
Okay. And who typically drove the Dodge Ram pickup truck after the two of you purchased it?
Mark.
How many times would you say that you had actually driven that pickup truck?
Maybe 3 times. It was too big for me. It wasn't my thing. It was Mark's thing. It was a big truck.
Let's talk about the difference. Could you describe some of the differences between the Subaru that you typically drove and the Dodge Ram?
Yeah, well, the Dodge Ram was much bigger. Mark ended up getting, like, the step-up things. I don't know what they're called, to get into the... Otherwise, he'd always have to push me in because it was too high for me to get up. The whatever it's called.
So the rail on the side of the truck?
To step up into the truck, yes. We had to get those. I don't know why they didn't come with the truck, but we had to have that installed.
So those steps that we've seen in the previous exhibits in this case on the truck, was that something that Mark had installed after the truck was purchased?
Correct.
All right. And those steps you mentioned were because the truck was high enough that you couldn't get yourself up there ordinarily?
To try to hike myself up, correct. He was, honestly, I swear, he would push me in to help me up there.
Sure. So let's describe the house a little bit itself. How many floors did it have?
Well, I mean, it had the basement, which nobody ever went into, the main level, and then an upstairs.
Where was the master bedroom that you shared with Mark?
The master bedroom was on the main level.
And how many bathrooms did the house have?
One.
Where was that at?
The middle of the house, I would say.
Was that on the main
Oh,
level?
main level, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Now, I noticed a structure in the back here behind the garages at the very north end of the photo. What is that?
That's a barn.
Okay, what happened in the barn?
Mark stored things. We did a lot of like crafting, like making tables and stuff like that. We did some crafting down there, but like his lawnmower and maybe UTV, ATV were down there.
Okay. Lori, there was reference to a hot tub. Does the hot tub appear in this photograph at all?
No, the pool nor the hot tub are in this photo.
I'm going to give you the laser again. Could you point out where the pool and the hot tub were?
Yep. So the deck went here, the pool would have been right here, and then the hot tub was on the deck next to the pool.
So behind and adjacent to the man cave?
Correct.
There was some testimony about security cameras. Were you aware of home security cameras at the house?
Yes,
How many cameras were you aware of at the house?
3.
And generally speaking, let's talk about the location of where those viewed. Can you point that out to me, please? Let you keep this.
Okay. So there was one, well, he moved them often, but from 2019, there was one that was approximately here, there was one that was here, and then there was one over the hot tub going down to the barn. Could you hear me?
Okay, so for the record, Ms. Phillips indicated with the laser pointer that there was one on the west side of the house, approximately in the middle, intersecting the western side driveway. There was one camera that appeared to be on the north end of the house over the back entrance. And then there was a third on the barn facing towards the structure where the pool and the hot tub would be. Did I get that correctly?
Well, it wasn't on the barn. I mean, it was facing the barn.
Okay.
It was up on the deck.
All right. Who put those cameras up, Lori?
Mark.
And generally speaking, how did those cameras function?
Well, I mean, we would get alerts to our phone. So.
Okay, so what would cause the camera system to alert in your experience?
Any passing by, any what's the word? Sorry.
So motion.
Motion. Thank you.
And were you able to control the settings of the camera on your cellular telephone?
Yeah, we were. I know that Mark had changed there were like cats and stuff that could walk by and set it off. So he had just changed it a little bit so it wouldn't be so.
You were looking for cars and people?
Yes.
All right. Did Mark have a preference as to whether or not the cameras remained on and functioning when you were home and he was on the road?
He wanted them on at all times when he was on the road.
Was that something that you were personally aware of, Lori?
That he wanted them on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about the time frame leading up to February 21st of 2019. Was there anything going on that was causing those cameras to alert in any respect?
Yeah, okay. So Mark was actually leaving. Hannah was almost correct. Mark was actually leaving on Sunday. I want to say it was Sunday. So we were actually selling things out of the house, like in the marketplace. So we had a number of people coming in and out buying things.
What's the marketplace? What does that mean?
Sorry, like Facebook Marketplace, so we were selling like furniture and stuff like that.
So it's like Craigslist, but on Facebook.
Correct.
And at some point, did that cause the camera system to start alerting frequently?
Very frequently, yes.
Are you aware of whether or not somebody turned the cameras off as a result?
Mark did.
All right. Now, Lori, did you have anything at the home in preparation for your move during this time frame?
Yes, so there was a big trailer that was parked by the 1-car and 2-car garage. Parked.
I'm pointing with the laser pointer here. Is that the approximate area where the trailer was parked?
Correct. Facing, so it would have been facing the house. So all along the garages.
And let's talk a little bit about the setting in February of 2019. Had it snowed at all that year?
Yes.
How did you and Mark take care of snow whenever it snowed on your property?
So Mark hired somebody, but he also, I know his brother helped us once in a while, and I know that when Mark was home, Mark would do it, but when he was gone, he hired somebody to come through with a plow.
Okay, it's a large enough driveway, obviously, where you weren't hand shoveling it, is that correct?
Correct.
Where did the snow go once it was plowed on that driveway?
On each side of the driveway.
Into a large snowbank?
Correct.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about February 22nd of 2019. You and Mark had plans that evening?
We did.
What were those plans?
We were going to meet my friends Hannah and Adam out for dinner.
What was the occasion for that?
It was like our last, it was a meal before, well, Mark was leaving, like I said, on Sunday, and I was leaving actually Thursday.
Okay. Were Adam and Hannah friends that you were close with?
Yes.
So what was the plan then for dinner?
We were meeting, I want to say Mark and I got there early. I want to say we got there at like 4:10, and Adam and Hannah maybe got there around 4:30, so early.
Is there a reason you went out so early?
Well, I thought it was because Hannah was meeting up with her family at 7.
Okay. But it was to accommodate plans that Hannah had or that you're aware of?
Yep.
All right. Where did you go to dinner at?
Sloopy's.
How did you get from your home to Sloopy's?
Mark drove the truck.
Was that typical that Mark would drive the truck whenever the two of you would go out together?
Yes.
Was it typical for you to drive at all when you and Mark were going out together?
No.
So let's talk about the dinner at Sloopy's. Could you describe that for us a little bit?
Well, I know that we had wings and pizza. I don't know how they forgot that.
Anything of note happened at the dinner?
No.
No drama?
None.
Did anybody have anything to drink at the dinner?
Yes.
Was Mark drinking that you were able to recognize?
Yes.
At that point, at the end of the dinner at Sloopy's, did you believe that Mark had been getting drunk?
No. I mean, I knew he was drinking, but he was fine.
Sure. And Lori, I want to clarify something. When you spoke with Investigator Leinfelder, do you have a distinction, I guess, subjectively between drunk, buzzed, intoxicated?
Well, I mean, I would say buzzed. I mean, if you're asking me with regard to Mark, I'm not sure if that's what you're asking or not, but like
Yes.
buzzed Mark is a fun Mark. Drunk Mark is not a fun Mark.
Okay. There is a distinction between those, at least subjectively, right?
Correct.
Okay. So at some point, did you decide that you wanted to go to another location? Let me rephrase. At some point, did you and Mark end up going to a different location?
We did. We went to a place called the Dive Bar in South La Crosse.
How did you come to that conclusion to go to the dive bar?
That's where Hannah and Adam were going. Hannah was meeting her family there, so we decided to tag along.
Was there any particular reason that you decided to tag along to the dive bar?
Oh, yeah. Well, there was a drawing, so we were all over that. It was like for $1,500 or something.
Okay. How did you get from Sloopy's to the dive bar?
Mark drove.
Had you ever been to the dive bar before that point?
I'd never even heard of it before.
All right. Once you got to the dive bar, did you notice whether or not Mark was drinking alcohol?
Yes.
At some point, did you notice that Mark appeared to be getting into that zone where you would describe him as drunk?
After a conversation, yes.
And did it concern you, Lori, that Mark appeared to be getting drunk?
Well, of course.
And it's going to sound like a redundant question at this point, but I have to ask you why.
Because Mark turns into a different person when he's drunk.
All right. Now, after you got to the dive bar, did anything happen that caused you concern?
Yes. I saw Mark talking to a guy named Scott Cundy.
Who's Scott Cundy?
He's just a friend. He's somebody that we both know.
How long have you known Mr. Cundy for?
Oh, my goodness. 30-some years, probably.
Okay. And what about Mark's conversation with Scott Cundy caused you any concern?
So when he was, so I walked over by them because I'm like, is that Scott? And he said, yeah. So I walked over and talked to them, and Scott said, oh, hey, he said, Terry LaFleur is coming. I'm like, oh, okay. And then he's like, well, I knew you'd know him. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. What does that mean? I said, I've never been with Terry. What does that mean? Because I knew immediately Mark was on high alert.
Okay, so let's back up and break that down a little bit. Who's Terry LaFleur?
Again, just somebody I know from being born and raised in La Crosse.
Did you ever have any interactions with Mr. LaFleur when you were younger? Let me break that up. Did you ever work with Mr. LaFleur as a part-time bartender?
Oh, I guess I didn't realize it at the time, but yes, that's how Scott was referring. That's the reason I knew him, correct, is because we used to bartend together at Ghost Chapter 2.
How long ago was that, before 2019?
Oh, my goodness. So it was before I was pregnant. My son's going to be 30 next month, so before I was pregnant with him.
Okay, so a long time before that evening in 2019 is when you and Mr. LaFleur worked together?
Correct. And I didn't even realize that we worked together, so I don't know. I mean, he just said he was a bartender at Chapter 2. I don't know that he was when I worked there, but...
So, Lori, were you and Mr. LaFleur ever romantically involved?
No.
So, when Mr. Cundy said that he knew you would know Terry LaFleur, you described your reaction as, whoa, 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 what does that mean? Why did you react that way to an innocuous remark about Terry LaFleur?
Because I knew that Mark paid very close attention to that.
Did you notice any changes in Mark's demeanor when Mr. Cundy mentioned Terry LaFleur?
Well, yes, but I don't know that it wasn't because he mentioned Terry. It had nothing to do with Terry, I wouldn't say. It's the fact that Mark became jealous over somebody he thought was coming to see me.
Okay. So at some point, or after going, whoa, 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 what does that mean? I've never been with Terry. Did Mark accept your explanation and move on from the subject?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, instead, he started making a scene and, of course, calling me names again.
So when you say he's making a scene, what do you mean by that, Lori?
Well, he was just like yelling and, again, like calling names. And when he yells and stuff, he's using, he makes a scene and he doesn't care that he makes a scene.
Is that something that's easy to calm Mark down from when he starts making a scene over things like this?
No.
What kind of things was he yelling during this initial time frame when he was making a scene?
It was like, oh, you just love all this attention. You just want to, I apologize, you just want to fuck Terry.
Was he saying this in a joking manner or some other way?
No, he was not. He was not joking around.
How is he saying that? What was your impression of Mark's mindset at that point?
He was pissed. He's like, you just want to fuck Terry. I know you do. He's coming here just to see you. Like, again, my fault.
Was he calling you names during this time frame too?
Yes.
What kind of names?
The normal, slut, whore.
Now, during this time frame, what were you trying to do with Mark when he was calling you a slut and a whore and saying that you wanted to fuck Terry LaFleur?
I tried to tell him that there was absolutely nothing going on, that there was no way that he was coming to see me. He heard Scott say that Terry was coming. So Mark's mind went to, Terry's coming to see you. Not that they had already had plans. That is my impression, that they already had plans and Terry was coming. And Scott, just plain as day, just happened to say, Terry's coming, and that he knew that I knew him.
Is this the typical type of misunderstanding that could happen when Mark was drunk and jealous, that he would assume an innocuous reference to a man like Mr. LaFleur meant that he was coming over there to have sex with you?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's in his mind. That's where his mind goes, yes.
Now, I do want to show you a couple of clips of video from the dive bar here as to when Mark was making a scene. And I think this was bring up the first bit here.
Can I ask, is this 507 that you're using?
Yes, it's labeled dive bar video. This is the bar room facing camera. All right, and the camera stopped at looks like 24 minutes and 1 second. Lori, it's a little bit difficult here to see, but am I pointing at where Mark is right now?
Yes, yes.
And would you be the blonde head of hair hidden behind the woman over there?
Yes, I'm in front of Hannah with the hat on.
And that's my next question here. Who am I pointing at right now?
That's Hannah Klinsky.
And we have some other people at the edge of the table. Who are these people?
So that's Hannah's family, and I guess one family friend.
All right. And I'm going to play this, or have this video played from 24 minutes and 1 second to 27 minutes, and then we'll talk about it when the clip is over. All right, we're stopped at 27 minutes. Lori, do you see Mark, I guess, gesturing and talking during that video?
Yes.
Does that appear consistent with when he was, as you described it, making a scene?
Yes.
And do you recall what the topic of conversation was when Mark was gesturing and speaking during that video?
Well, I mean, it would have been Terry LaFleur.
All right. And during that time frame, it appeared that Mark was yelling as he was coming towards you. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
We had somebody arrive in the table in the middle of that clip, a gentleman wearing a ball cap there. Who's that?
That's Bob Klinsky, Hannah's dad.
And we have, looks like Mr. Stevens arrived as well. Is he the gentleman sitting next to you?
Yeah, he came from the bathroom or something, and he's sitting next to me.
All right. Now, is this one of those moments during the night where it was described as everyone was kind of trying to ignore what was going on between you and Mark?
I mean, that's my impression, yes.
And the gentleman who comes up to you, who did you say that was?
Hannah's dad, Bob Klinsky.
And what's your recollection of what happened at that moment?
I don't remember what he said, but I think that he wanted to make sure everything was okay, and it seemed to me that he looked at Mark like he wanted to be like, hey, bud, let's cut it out type thing, but I mean, that's my perception. I don't remember. I mean, he could have just been, I think that Bob was really just trying to help.
Okay. Did Mr. Klinsky's intervention end up causing Mark to drop the topic of Terry LaFleur at any point?
No.
All right. And since this is a difficult to manage video, I'm going to jump ahead to another point here in a moment. But Lori, was this the last time during the evening where Mark was yelling and screaming at you at the bar about his impression that you wanted to have sex with Terry LaFleur?
No, I don't think so.
Did that happen throughout the night?
It did.
All right. Next, from the same clip from 2 hours, 18 minutes, 00 to 2:20 and 10 seconds. Let me know when it's queued up. Now, Lori, this is, just to clarify, this is, the next clip is going to be after the two of you returned to the dive bar after initially leaving, okay? So not to throw off your timeline here, but Ms. Witzke, let me know when you're ready. All right, let's play that clip. Thank you. And we are stopped at 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 10 seconds. Ms. Phillips, was this another encounter where Mark appeared to be upset with you during the evening at the dive bar?
Yes.
And did it look to you like he was yelling and screaming at you?
Yes.
And was his hand gestures and his expressions similar to how Mark was behaving that evening when he was upset and angry with you?
Yes.
Now, we can take the video down. Thank you. Lori, let's talk a little bit about the first time that you left the dive bar. And I'm going to preface this by saying that it's almost 5 years after the fact. Do you remember how many times you went in or went out of the dive bar that evening?
No.
But at some point, did you and Mark talk about, or at some point did the two of you decide that you would leave the dive bar and go someplace else?
Yes. So we had talked about getting out to Holman. Holman had features, had another drawing as well. So I was like, well, maybe we could just go there to get away from all of this stuff here.
All right. So did anything noteworthy happen while you were leaving the dive bar?
Yeah, so when we were leaving the dive bar, we went outside and Scott Cundy was out there. And he said, come here, I want to show you something, and walked us over to a car.
Who was in the car?
Terry LaFleur and what I believe to have been his wife. Or girlfriend, I don't know who she was.
There's a woman out there.
Yes.
And what was your reaction to Mr. Cundy taking you over there and showing you Terry LaFleur?
I mean, it was awkward, whereas I was like, hi. You know, it was just an awkward encounter.
Was Mark with you at that point?
He was, until he said, I'm going to go get the car, I'm going to go get the truck.
Okay. How long would you estimate that Mark was gone for?
He just walked right around the corner. He was in the parking lot still, so he just got the truck and came right back. So, 30 seconds. He wasn't gone long at all.
So what happened when Mark got back with the truck?
When Mark got back with the truck, then everybody, like Terry and his friend, got out of the truck as well as Scott, and all walked over to Mark's truck.
Okay. Anything happened at that point when everyone walked over to Mark's truck?
I think they were just talking. I think they were probably even talking about the truck. It was a guy thing.
How long would you say that you were out there by the truck for?
Not long.
What happened next?
We left.
Now, as you were leaving, did you say anything to Mark?
Yeah, well, I said, well, tonight was fun, type thing like that. And he completely disagreed with that statement.
Why do you say that Mark completely disagreed with that statement?
Because he was angry.
How do you know that?
Because he all he wanted to do was fight. He was angry and wanted to argue about the whole Terry LaFleur thing.
So what kind of things was he saying about Terry LaFleur during this car ride?
That he knows that I want to fuck him.
Was he continuing to call you some of the same names?
Yes.
Did he appear to be angry throughout this encounter?
Yes.
And did Mark calm down at all during this car ride?
No.
Lori, was Mark's anger at that point, did it scare you in any respect?
Absolutely.
Did you take any action in response to being scared of him?
Yes. I actually asked him if he would take me back with my friends so that I could get a safe ride home with them.
Okay. Do you recall calling Mr. Stevens on the way back?
Honestly, until I heard Adam say that, I had forgotten about that part.
Okay. Now, why did you want to be brought back to the bar?
Because I didn't feel comfortable with my husband at that time. Because I didn't feel safe with my husband.
Okay. Did Mark agree to take you back?
Yes, which I was shocked.
So let's walk through this step by step by the when you come back. Where did Mark park when he brought you back to the dive bar?
Front row, very first spot when you come out the door.
What happened once Mark parked the truck?
He jumped over on top of me.
Describe that. What do you mean that he jumped over on top of you?
He left his seat, jumped over on top of me, and jumped on top of me and put me in a chokehold again.
So let's break that down a little bit. You said that he's actually physically on top of you?
He was actually physically on top of me, yes.
Could you feel a part of his body on top of you causing you any pain?
Yeah, well, I ended up realizing it later, but I believe it was all of his weight on his elbow is what caused the bruise that would have been seen only by the jurors.
The bruise on your breast?
Correct.
And was Mark saying or doing anything when he jumped on top of you?
Yes, he was calling me all kinds of names and did the same thing over and over all night long, that he knew I wanted to sleep with Terry.
And you said that Mark put you in a chokehold. Describe that for us.
It was like an arm bar. So it wasn't like this. It actually wasn't with like his hands. He was doing his arm bar.
So you're indicating with his forearm. Was that forearm across your windpipe?
Correct.
And did that make it difficult for you to breathe when Mark had his forearm across your windpipe?
Yes.
Is that something that he's done before with you?
Yes.
And how did you feel, Lori, when Mark was on top of you, on his weight all on top of you, choking you, and screaming about Terry LaFleur?
I was scared. I was terrified of him.
Had you ever seen Mark get this aggravated about an innocuous comment about some other man?
Never. Never to this point, no.
So what happened next?
I mean, well, okay. To the point where he got off of me, or to the point...
So let's break it down a little bit here and talk about, did Mark grab your head at any point?
So he was like forcing, with the chokehold, he was like forcing, so my head was against, well, I was like in between the two seats, the truck seats. But I'm sure that's when, like, my earring ripped out because he was holding my head down.
So he's sitting on top of you, kind of like I'm positioning now, with his elbow down and his forearm across your throat.
Correct.
Were you able to get up on your own power at that point, Lori?
No, not with it until he got off of me, no.
Have you ever been able to fight Mark off when he gets like that?
Not when he's on top of me, no. With all of his weight, no.
Now, what caused Mark to get off of you, if you're aware?
I mean, I don't remember. I don't remember him. I don't know how it ended. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
That's okay. When Mark got off of you, did anything happen in the car before you ended up getting out?
Yes. He demanded his phone.
All right. So, did you give him the phone?
Of course.
All right. And tell us about getting out of the truck.
So I mean, I remember opening. Every detail I don't remember, but I just remember opening the door, and I don't know if I kind of like just slid out or if I just tried to get out quickly. But I think that I think that's when I injured my leg, coming down onto the bar. That's when I think I injured my leg. I don't know if it was from Mark being on me or the bar, but I honestly think it's probably the bar that did it.
Sure. When you got out, how would you describe your emotional condition at that point, Lori?
I mean, I was like shocked, sad. I was in disbelief of what he was doing. Like, I was like, I didn't understand how we got to that point.
Was he still verbally yelling and screaming?
Yes.
Where did you go once you got yourself out of the truck?
I went into the table that Adam and Hannah were at with her family.
And it might sound like another obvious question, but why did you go to Adam and Hannah?
Well, because I knew that they would be like support for me there.
Did you feel safer with the two of them than you did with Mark at that point?
Oh, absolutely.
So at some point when you got to the table with Adam and Hannah, did Mark reach out in any respect to you that you're aware of?
So I gave Mark my phone, but Mark was using my phone to call Adam Stevens.
How did you know that?
Because Adam told me.
Were you sitting right there with Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
And did you want to talk to Mark at that point?
No, but he continued to call. I want to say he called Adam like 3 or 4 times.
At some point, did you end up taking the phone and talking to Mark?
Well, I think I took it, but Adam may have also handed it to me, but I was ready to take it because I took the phone and I said, leave Stevens, I call Adam Stevens, I go, leave Stevens out of this. Quit calling him.
Was that the end of your conversation?
It was not.
What happened next?
He asked me if Terry LaFleur was still in the bar.
Was Mr. LaFleur still there?
I looked around and I found him, yes.
Did you indicate to your husband whether or not Terry was still there?
I told him he was.
What happened then?
He told me to go to him.
Did you?
Of course.
And what happened once you got to Mr. LaFleur?
What I remember Mark saying is, tell him I'm going to kick his ass.
How did you react to that, standing next to Mr. LaFleur with your husband telling you to tell Mr. LaFleur that he was going to kick his ass?
I mean, it was super uncomfortable. But I can remember I'm holding the phone talking to Mark, and I remember looking at Terry, and I'm like, he's crazy right now. You know, like, he's crazy, just, I'm sorry type thing.
So did you actually say it?
Yeah, I said, he's crazy. Yes.
So you told Mr. LaFleur that Mark said he was going to come in and kick his ass?
Mark was being crazy, yes.
And when Mark said he was going to kick Terry's ass, could you describe kind of the tone of Mark's voice when he was talking, when he was saying that?
Oh, he was very serious. He's like, I'm going to tell him I'm going to come back and kick his ass.
So this wasn't a joke, or?
It was not a joke. I'm sorry. I'll let you finish.
Sure. Now, at some point during this time frame, Lori, did you see Mark back inside of the bar?
Yes.
Can you describe what you saw when you initially saw Mark back in the bar?
So Mark came back in, and he was like by the doorway, and he was he was making a scene again and yelling and telling me to get back in the truck. And I just remember looking at Hannah, and Hannah's like, just go to him, just go to him so he'll stop.
Fair to say that Mark was embarrassing everyone that he was.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
So, did you go to him?
I started to, yes.
You said you started to. Did something happen that stopped that process?
Yes.
What?
Mark said something to me when I was heading his way, and it was like, get your fucking ass over here right now. And I was like, oh shit, no. There's no way I'm going by him. No.
And you demonstrated that in kind of an angry tone of voice. Did Mark appear to be angry with you at that point?
Yes.
Why didn't you want to go to him in that state?
Because he had been drinking and he was angry.
Now, did you have any contact with Mark after that event where he told you to get your fucking ass back there?
Did I have contact with him?
Yep. Did you end up talking to Mark at some point after that?
Yes.
Was there any point in the evening when he appeared to have calmed down a little bit?
Yes.
Could you describe what led you to that belief?
So Mark had sent me a text that said, I'm so sorry, I love you.
Now, I should ask you as a predicate here, Lori, at some point did you get your telephone back?
Yes, I believe that there was a video that showing him coming in holding my phone, and when he came to the phone, where I was sitting at the table, you could see he set my phone down.
So that text message of "I'm so sorry, I love you," was that something that was sent to your phone then from Mark's phone?
Correct.
What did that mean to you when you got that text from Mark?
I told Adam and Hannah that I felt that he had calmed down and realized what his mistakes for the night, so I felt that he had changed his demeanor.
And I'm going to get the Elmo up, please. Displaying Exhibit 517, previously been admitted. I'm going to scroll in here. Lori, it's in UTC time again, so subtracting 6 hours, it'd be around, this is why I went to law school instead of medical school. It'd be later in the evening, but does this appear to be the text that you got from Mark? 8:52 p.m., yes.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And you said that was kind of a sign to you that you, calming down at that point?
Correct.
Is that something that you would look for in typical or other instances where Mark was upset with you, that something like that, a text message acknowledging that he was sorry, was a sign that he was starting to come to grips with his anger?
Correct.
So what did you do in response to receiving that text message from Mark?
I told Adam and Hannah and her family that they could leave, that I felt I was in good hands now.
Okay. Did Adam and Hannah and her family end up leaving?
At some point, I mean, I know Adam and Hannah did. I guess I don't, I'm not sure about her family.
Sure. So let's talk about when you were leaving, Lori. Did you have any conversations with Mark, or did you have any interactions with Mark inside of the bar before you left?
Oh, yeah, I mean, several. So, I mean, he was talking to somebody originally, and that person, I didn't know who he was, and him and his wife, and then they ended up leaving. So Mark and I were able to talk, just the two of us, and I remember telling him, I'm like, my boob hurts. And he's like, the fuck do you mean your boob hurts? I didn't touch your boobs. And I'm like, Mark, you had to have. He's like, who the fuck touched your boobs? Like, he got just mad all over again. And I was like, oh my God, I wish I would have never said anything.
At that point, was it evident to you that that anger from earlier in the evening was boiling over again?
Yes.
How did you feel at that point, Lori?
Well, I was scared, but I knew that I'd already had my friends going home, and I knew that we were going to go home, so I went to the bathroom and texted Hannah.
What did you text, or why did you go to the bathroom to text Hannah?
So that Mark didn't know that I was letting her know that he got angry again.
Okay. And I'm going to display Exhibit 77 on the Elmo again. Lori, we've been over this exhibit several times in this trial, but does the top of this exhibit here represent your initial text message to Hannah Klinsky?
Yes.
What did you mean by shit just got real?
Well, I knew Hannah would know what I meant by that, but she then would know that Mark and I were back at it again.
Okay. Why did you feel the need to let somebody know that?
Normally I don't talk. I mean, normally I don't say anything to anybody, but I just know that she knew about everything that happened that night, so I felt that I could confide in her.
Why did you ask Hannah to not reply back and indicate that you were deleting the message, Lori?
Because I didn't want Mark knowing that I told her.
Is that something that you would have been concerned about if Mark saw that text message?
Yes.
Now, Lori, there were a number of different clips of you going in and out of the dive bar towards the end of the evening. Is that correct?
I mean, I guess. I don't remember going in and out that many times. I'll tell you that right now.
So let's talk about when you got out of the restroom. What did you do at that point?
So when I got out of the restroom, I didn't see Mark. So I got the crazy idea to just get in the truck and take off on my own.
Did you have your own key to the truck?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. Why did you decide to get in the truck and take off on your own?
Because I didn't think it would be a good thing if we were together, since Mark was getting mad all over again.
Okay. And at the moment, did you know where Mark was at?
I assumed the restroom.
All right. So when you got out to the truck, what happened?
I put it in reverse. I don't know if I actually moved or not when I saw Mark coming out of the bar.
Okay. What did you do when you saw Mark outside of the bar?
Put it in drive and got out of the truck.
Okay. How did Mark appear when he came over to you?
I'm sorry, park. I apologize. I put it in park.
Okay. How did Mark appear when he came over to you at the truck?
He was furious that I was leaving without him.
What happened?
When I got out of the truck, he slammed me up against the truck, yelling at me like he was in disbelief that I was leaving him. And then he grabbed my arm and walked me around the truck, opened my door, threw me in, well, as much as he could as from where he was standing, shut the door and punched the window.
So you said that he grabbed you and slammed you against the truck, and you motioned with both of your hands and did a pushing motion forward. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did I get that gesture essentially right? He grabbed you by the shoulders or the forearms and slammed you up against the side of the truck?
Yes.
And was he saying anything during this time frame?
Well, he was very upset. I mean, I don't recall everything he said. He was just very upset that I was leaving without him.
Still very visibly angry at that point?
Absolutely.
Did you say anything in response, Lori? Did you raise your voice at any point during that encounter?
Oh, yes. Okay, yes, I did. There were people outside. So when he did that, I raised my voice and I said, "Stop, you've done enough tonight." And I thought by raising my voice that I would get others to potentially hear, at the minimum hear, to see that there was something going on over on my side, on the driver's side of the truck.
Was there anybody outside that you could see?
Yes, there were people outside. That's the reason I raised my voice.
Did anybody come to help you when you raised your voice?
No.
Now, Lori, you said that Mark grabbed you by the arm and walked you around the truck. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
Could you describe how he grabbed you by the arm and how that looked?
I think you saw the bruises, but his hand was right underneath my arm, dragging me along, taking me along forcefully to the passenger side.
Did that hurt when Mark was grabbing your arm?
Of course it did.
Was he grabbing your arm, I guess, in a hard manner?
Yes.
Did you feel like you had any choice but to follow along as he grabbed you and dragged you around the side of the truck?
There was no other choice. I was going with Mark, yes. Yes, I had to go with Mark.
And I'm going to display what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 523. Lori, what are we looking at in this photograph?
My arm.
And it looks like there's some bruising along your bicep in the middle of your arm.
Correct.
Is that approximately where Mark was grabbing you and dragging you?
Yes.
So when you got to the passenger side of the truck, was it evident to you what Mark wanted you to do at that point?
Well, we were going home.
Did you feel like you had an option to not get in the truck at that point? Lori?
No. I wish there would have been an option, but no, there was no option.
How did the door get closed to the passenger side at that point?
Mark slammed it.
And you said that Mark punched the window.
He did.
Could you describe that? Did he punch at the window or did he physically punch the window?
He punched the window.
Where was his fist in relation to where your head was?
Right at my head. When I'm sitting there and he's punching the window, that's right where I'm sitting.
How did you react to that, to Mark punching the window where your head was?
Well, it was scary, and I knew that there was nothing I could do about it. I knew that I was stuck going home with a very, very angry Mark.
Had you ever seen him that angry before, Lori?
No.
So let's talk about the drive back home from the dive bar to your home in Holman. Was there any conversation during that drive?
Yes, there was a lot of conversation, and it was basically all Terry LaFleur.
Was this pleasant conversation at any point of the drive?
Pleasant? Never, no.
Was Mark still angry and upset?
Yes,
Was he still calling you names?
of course.
And was he still stuck on that idea that you wanted to have sex with Mr. LaFleur?
Correct.
Now, at any point during this, or did the intensity of that behavior frighten you at any point, Lori?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him this out of control on a car ride before?
On a car ride? No, no. I've never seen Mark that out of control in my life.
Did you do anything during that car ride home to try and have him get a grip?
I took my ring off and gave it to him.
When you say your ring, what kind of ring do you mean?
My wedding ring.
Why did you do that, Lori?
I said, I can't do this anymore. I was hoping that he would take it seriously enough that he would realize that his actions were going to end our marriage if they continued.
How did Mark react to that when you gave him your wedding ring back and said you couldn't do that anymore?
He said, please, please don't give me that back.
Did he calm down a little bit?
That's the only time that he was calm.
Did he seem to realize that his behavior might lead to the eventual loss of his marriage?
Well, yeah.
Now, Lori, had you come up with any plans of what you would do to keep yourself safe when you got back home?
I had decided that I wasn't going to stay at home, that I wasn't going to sleep in the house with Mark.
So what was the plan?
I didn't have a plan at that time. I just knew I wasn't staying there.
All right. And it might sound, again, like an obvious question, but I still have to ask you at this stage, why weren't you going to stay there?
Because Mark was in a mood that I didn't feel safe to be with him.
So when you got back home, what did you do?
Actually, Mark went in the house right away, and I didn't remember when I was talking to Mr. Leinfelder that I did go in the house. But I did go in the house. We had 2 seltzers that were in the truck, and I put them on the counter, and then I went to the bathroom and grabbed my contacts and contact case and my glasses.
Why'd you grab your contacts and your glasses?
Because I was going to leave and stay somewhere else.
So where did you go once you grabbed your contact lenses and your glasses?
Back to the truck.
What's the next time that you remember seeing Mark after you got back to the truck?
Mark was running out of the house, and when I looked at him, he was running out of the house like this, charging towards me in the truck.
And you motioned that you had your right fist up, made into a fist, back by, I guess, your head. Is that correct?
Coming towards the window, correct.
And did it appear that Mark had his fist up like he was about to strike something?
Yes, I mean, like it was like a threat coming towards me, correct.
You said that he was running towards you. Did I hear that right, Lori?
Or moving very briskly, yes. I don't know if he was, he was moving quickly towards me, yes.
How did you react to that when Mark was moving quickly towards you with his fist up like that?
I remember going, no, 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 Mark. I remember saying that 100%.
Were you scared of Mark at that point?
Very scared.
What happened next?
It's like something clicked, and he's like, well, if you're leaving, I'm going to get all my stuff out of the truck. So he came over to the passenger side and started just rummaging through crap that was in the truck, and that's the best word I can use for the things that they were worthless things.
And what was your impression of what Mark was doing at that point?
I think that he was trying to delay me from leaving.
When you say that he was rummaging through crap, can we talk about a little bit what some of that was?
Yeah. So I mean, there were some can koozies. There was like some bank receipts. There were some beer chips. I remember seeing gum, like nothing of value.
And where was he placing all of this property when he was going through the truck?
Everything was put onto the passenger side seat.
Was Mark saying anything to you as he was going through all of these items?
Yeah, I mean, he was like, I'm just so you know, I'm changing the locks, which he always said. And then he found, I mean, he was saying a bunch of things. He was just trying to hurt me. But he also found some beer chips to a tavern in Holman. And he said that he was going to go there and go find some women.
Was this in the course of continuing to yell and scream at you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And at some point, did Mark come upon a can koozie that you saw earlier in this trial?
Yes. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yes.
Did you recognize that can koozie?
Yeah. So Mark bought me that can koozie on my birthday. My birthday was the month prior to that. And it was, well, you saw part of it anyway, but it was a can koozie that had like animated breasts, and it said "Tits My Birthday" on it.
Did Mark do anything when he came across that can koozie?
Yeah, he threw it at me, and he said, "Here, this is all you're good for."
What did you do in response to that?
I was like, whatever, and I tossed it out the door. I mean, he was like rummaging through stuff. He didn't even know it went over his head and out the door.
Was Mark calming down at all during this time frame?
No.
And Lori, was anything you were saying or doing causing Mark to calm down or reduce the intensity of his behavior that night?
No, he just kept getting more and more furious.
So, as you saw Mark behaving this way at the passenger side of the truck, did you do anything in response?
When he was getting furious? Oh, yes. So I grabbed my phone because he hadn't taken it yet. So I still had my phone. So I wanted to record how he was treating me, how he was talking to me, so that he could hear it the next day to realize the crap that I go through with him when he's drunk.
So, were you able to get your phone out?
Partially, yes. I got my phone out, but Mark noticed I had my phone and lunged for it. But I had pulled it back, and it like hit the window and dropped straight down in between my door and my seat.
What do you remember seeing about Mark next?
After it dropped, I looked at him immediately, and he was furious. It's like I looked at somebody that I didn't recognize at all. And he just took off and came around to come get me in the truck.
When you say he came around to come get you, what was your impression of what Mark was doing there?
He was going to come get me and drag me out of the truck, and I don't know what he would have done. I have no idea what he would have done.
Were you scared that the physical abuse would continue?
Absolutely.
Were you scared that the physical abuse could escalate to something more violent?
Yes.
And when you say that Mark was running around the truck, describe the route that he was going there.
So he went around the door, because the passenger door was wide open. He went around the door and ran around the truck.
Was he running very quickly?
Yes.
About how much time would you say elapsed from the time that Mark gave you that look and then tore off around the front of the truck towards your side of the door?
How much time elapsed, did you say?
Yes.
2-3 seconds. I mean, it doesn't take long to get around a truck.
What were you feeling at this point, Lori?
I was terrified. I was scared out of my mind. I was like, my heart was beating out of my chest, and I just wanted to be safe. I wanted to get to safety.
Have you ever been in a position like that, Lori, where you were forced to make a split-second decision under circumstances like that before?
No, not like that, no.
And you said that your heart was pumping. Are you familiar with the term fight or flight?
Yes.
Is that an instinct that you were feeling in that moment?
Yes. Well, so when he started running, I wanted to lock my doors because I didn't want him to be able to get to me. So I'm like trying to lock my doors because I was just so afraid of what was going to happen when he got to me.
Do you know if you were able to get the doors locked?
I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I wasn't familiar with the truck.
Yeah, and you mentioned that you'd only driven this a few times before, maybe?
Right, and the doors lock on their own once you hit like 10, 15 miles an hour, so I've never had to use the door locks.
Now, at some point, did you see Mark clear the front of the truck and reach towards the side of the driver's side?
Yes, well, I know he wasn't in front of the truck because that's the only thing I could see was the front of the truck.
How close would you estimate Mark was to the truck before you made the decision to hit the accelerator?
That he was at my side of the door. I would say he was right at my door.
And Lori, what were you thinking when you, or let me ask you this, did you put the truck into drive and hit the accelerator?
I did.
What were you thinking during that process?
To get the hell out of there.
Were you even spending much time consciously thinking about this?
No. I mean, my husband's here. He's not in. So I should say, when I see forward only, it's because it's dark out and this door is wide open. So my light is on inside the truck. So it's right inside the truck. I can see forward because of the lights, but it was hard to see anything else. But I knew that he had cleared the front because he was not in my vision.
And Lori, is it fair to characterize your reaction here as more instinct and less conscious thought process?
100% instinct.
Were you thinking about anything other than getting yourself to safety at that moment?
No.
Was this a position, Lori, that you ever asked to be in?
No. No.
Was it something that you had any time to think about and consider the pros, the cons, and the risks?
No, it was like 2 or 3 seconds.
Once you hit the gas and left the driveway, where did you go?
I took a right out of the driveway, and that's actually when I took my right. That's when the passenger door shut, and then I drove down a little bit to a subdivision that ended up being, like, when I say a little bit, I guess it was approximately 2 miles away.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit. Is it your testimony that the passenger side door was still open at the time that you hit the gas?
Yes,
So it happened that quickly.
correct.
And why did you pull off in the subdivision, Lori?
I was checking to see if Mark was chasing me.
How did you assume that Mark would chase you to the subdivision?
Well, he would have gotten in his old car, the Outback, Subaru Outback.
Subaru. Now, when you got to the subdivision, did you have any reason to believe that Mark had been injured?
None, no.
Were you concentrating on the physical sensation, Lori, of whether or not the tires were coming up against a snowbank or how they felt on the road as you were fleeing from your husband?
Overruled. Go ahead.
Were you concentrating on the physical sensations of what the truck felt like when you were fleeing from Mark?
I mean, I don't think so, no.
What was first and foremost in your mind when you were trying to escape from Mark?
To get out of there, to get to safety, to get away from my husband.
Did you have the sense when you left that you thought you had hit Mark or struck him in some respect?
Not one time, no.
Lori, if you had had that sense that you had injured Mark or you had hit him with the truck, what would your response have been?
I would have stopped. I would have stopped and helped him.
Now, once you got to that subdivision, did you send Mark any text messages?
From the subdivision? Oh, gosh. I mean, I sent Mark texts that night, but I don't
Sure.
remember where I was.
Well, let me ask about the timeline a little bit here. So, any dispute that the truck was on camera leaving the dive bar around 10:09 p.m.?
No, I mean, I've heard that from Mr. Leinfelder.
And do you have any dispute with Deputy Sloan's estimate that it takes about 30 minutes to drive from the dive bar to the home in Holman?
I would say that's pretty accurate.
How long would you say that the argument outside the truck lasted where Mark slammed you against the truck and was screaming at you?
Oh, at the dive bar?
Yes.
A minute? 2 minutes? I don't know.
And did it take some time when you got home to go get your contact lens case and your glasses?
Well, yeah. I mean, I was inside probably for like less than a minute probably, but I mean, there was other things that happened in that time.
And then obviously there was some time as well that elapsed while Mark was yelling at you and going through the items in the truck?
Correct.
So if we add, conservatively 5 minutes to 10:09, and then 30 minutes for travel time, can we say approximately when you would have left Mark would have been around 10:44 p.m., somewhere in that range?
Sure.
Okay. I'm showing you what's previously been admitted as Exhibit 517. Lori, I'm showing you the middle text in this exhibit that begins with, "I wish you the best." Do you recognize that text?
I do.
Who wrote that text message?
I did.
And who are you sending it to?
Well, it's going to say boss man, but that means Mark.
Now, subtracting 6 hours from 4:57 UTC leads us to about 10:57 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So would you have sent this text message shortly after fleeing from Mark?
Yeah. Yes.
Why did you send him that text message, Lori?
Well, because I wanted to let him know that his actions caused our basic breakup and me not going to Bismarck with him and starting a new life with him.
Were you serious about that at the time that you sent the text message?
Yes.
And when you sent that text message, Lori, did you have any reason to believe that Mark had been injured or might be dying on the side of your driveway?
None whatsoever.
Was that wish for good luck in Bismarck, was that sarcastic?
Probably. I don't know. I mean...
Did you have the impression that Mark would be going to Bismarck the following week?
Yeah, that Sunday, correct.
All right. Now, Lori, how long would you estimate you stayed at the subdivision for?
A few minutes.
Okay. Did you have a plan as to what would come next after stopping at the subdivision?
Yeah, well, that's when I was trying to figure out if I could find a hotel somewhere, I believe.
Okay. So what efforts did you make to try and find a hotel?
Well, I searched hotels near me because I really wasn't familiar with any hotels near me. And I ended up coming across one at Comfort Inn, I believe it was.
What did you do once you found the Comfort Inn online?
I probably did driving directions to it because I had no idea where it was.
Did you drive over to the Comfort Inn?
I did.
Were you able to get a room there?
No, they said online that they had a room available, but they did not when I got there.
And Lori, I should ask you, why were you planning on staying in a hotel at this point?
I didn't have anywhere else to go. I knew I couldn't go to Winona.
Did you feel like you could go home at that point?
No.
Why didn't you think you could go home at that point?
Because Mark was out of control.
Okay. So once you got to the Comfort Inn and they didn't have a room available, what did you do next?
I went back to the truck and I Googled, I want to say hotels near me again, and found the Baymont. But this time I actually went online and booked the room so that I didn't have to drive all the way over there to find that they didn't have a room available.
Okay. What happened after you booked the room to the Baymont?
Driving directions to the Baymont, and I went there.
All right. And we all saw the video of you in the lobby. I'm not going to play it again. But could you explain to us what was happening in that video?
Yeah, so he had asked me for I was checking in, he asked me for my driver's license as well as my credit card.
Okay. And what happened after you gave your driver's license and credit card to the clerk?
He couldn't find a booking, so I was like, no, I just booked it online. And then I think he just did a little bit more searching and found out that I had booked it. So I want to say this was like almost midnight or something, and I think I just confused the days. So I was trying to get one for Friday night, and I booked it for Saturday.
Okay. Did they have a room available for you at the Baymont?
No.
All right. Where did you go after the Baymont?
To Woodman's.
Why did you go to Woodman's?
To use the restroom.
Okay. Were you able to use the restroom there?
Yes.
After that, what did you do?
I went back to the truck, and I can remember texting Hannah from the truck and from the parking lot.
Okay. And we'll talk about that a little bit. Were you using the internet at any point, either at Woodman's or at some point during this encounter where you were looking for a place to stay?
Yes.
And you recall seeing the document containing your Google searches for the evening?
Yes.
And it looked like looking for it here now, but we've all seen it. It looked like at a certain point you searched for the phrase physical abuse. Is that correct?
Misspelled, but yes.
Okay. The O is right next to the P on the smart keyboard.
Right.
Why did you search for physical abuse, Lori?
Because I wanted to find something to send to Mark to let him know that his actions were not okay. And I wanted him to know, like, how I felt, what I went through that night.
Is it fair to say that you were trying to figure out how to process that incident?
Yes.
After searching for physical abuse, did you make another search for physical abuse It's spelled quite in the internet search history.
Yes, I did that.
What were you searching for there, Lori?
It must have been physical abuse quit.
Again, why were you searching for physical abuse quit?
Again, to find something to send to my husband for him to acknowledge his behavior that night.
Did you find a quote that you felt encapsulated somewhat your feelings on the matter?
I did find a quote, and I did send it to Mark, yes.
And I'm going to redisplay 517. Bottom quote here starts with, an abuser can seem emotionally needy. You can get caught in a trap of catering to him, trying to fill a bottomless pit. But he's not so much needy as entitled, so no matter how much you give him, it will never be enough. He will just keep coming up with more demands because he believes his needs are your responsibility until you feel drained down to nothing. Is that the quote that you sent to Mark?
It is.
And it looks like that would have been sent at approximately 12:10 a.m. and 13 seconds. You take my word on that?
Sure.
When you sent that quote to Mark, what did you hope the result of that would be?
I guess I just kind of wanted him to self-reflect on his actions. I just wanted him to do better.
I'm going to ask you again, Lori, at this point, did you have any reason to believe that Mark was injured or dying back at the home?
None whatsoever.
You hoped that he would read that text?
Right.
So you're texting with Ms. Klinsky as well, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm not going to review all of the text messages again, but I do want to go back to Exhibit 77, front page here. Lori, do you recall sending that text message to Ms. Klinsky at 10:51 p.m. about beginning with "he just freaked again"?
Yes.
Would this have been shortly after you fled from Mark at the home?
So that was probably at the subdivision.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
Did you have any reason to believe, Lori, that your text messages would one day be downloaded by law enforcement and read out loud to a courtroom full of people?
Absolutely not.
Why were you sending this text message to Hannah?
Again, Hannah knew what I went through that night, and she was the only person. I'm not one to tell people about things that happen between Mark and myself. I think there's probably, my kids and stuff are a little shocked about this trial right now, things they've heard. So, Hannah didn't know things before, Adam didn't know things before. I don't talk about it, but Hannah I could trust that night because she already knew stuff.
I want to focus on the bottom line of that text message. He promised he would never touch me. He lied. What did you mean by that, Lori?
So, we've had instances in the past, and the last time he told me that he would never touch me. So I figured that he meant I was under the understanding that we were going to start all over in Bismarck and start a whole new life together, a happy life. And I believed that he was going to change his ways.
Were you trying to say that to Hannah with this text message that this was the very first time that Mark had physically abused you?
No, she already knew better than that.
Now,
So is this a good time for a break at this point?
Judge, if you can give me maybe 2 minutes, I think I'll finish up this subchapter here.
Okay.
All right. So, Lori, I want to talk to you a little bit about your exchange with Hannah as well, and that you recall texting back and forth with Hannah about not being able to find a hotel room.
Yes.
And do you recall Hannah and Adam collectively suggesting that you should find a way to get to Winona and stay with them?
Yes, she actually offered her father to come get me. Her dad doesn't drink at all, and he lives in La Crosse, so she suggested that he could come pick me up and take me to Winona.
All right. Showing you, this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, page 5 of Exhibit 77. Looks like there's a text at 12:16 from you to Ms. Klinsky that states, "Me coming to Winona would only make things worse. Mark thinks that I am coming to sleep with other guys. He's fucking crazy. Seriously, I just want to sleep. I promise I am fine. Do you recall sending that text in response to Ms. Klinsky's suggestion that you go to Winona?
I do.
And what was your, why didn't you want to go to Winona, Lori?
Because it would upset Mark.
Why would going to Winona upset Mark?
Because I have history in Winona. I have exes there.
Okay, an ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you sent that response to Hannah, did you have any reason to believe that Mark may have been injured at home?
No, none.
Were you legitimately scared about what Mark might do should you go to Winona and stay with Hannah and Adam?
I would never have gone. I knew better.
I think we can take a break here, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's turn the lights on.
All right. Morning, Lori.
Morning.
I think where we left off was talking about your access to the home security system after you had fled from Mark. So let me ask you about that. At any point, did you access the home security system through your telephone?
Yes.
Why did you do that, Lori?
I was looking to see if Mark either left the home or invited anybody over.
Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit. What would lead you to believe that Mark would leave the home?
What would lead me to believe that he would leave the home?
Yes.
He had stated he found some beer tokens to a Holman bar, that he was going to go to that bar and pick up some ladies.
Okay. And Lori, did you have some sense that Mark might also try to follow you in the other vehicle?
Oh, yes.
Which cameras in particular did you check?
All of them.
Why were you checking all of them, Lori?
Because when I couldn't tell if he had left the house or not with the vehicle, or had somebody actually even come in, I thought, oh my gosh, maybe he's in the hot tub. So that's the reason for the hot tub as well.
Okay. And Lori, do you remember exactly where you were each time that you checked the cameras?
No.
Is it something that you were checking throughout the course of the evening just to see if Mark was up and about?
Yes.
Now, at any point, Lori, were you watching anything other than the live feeds from those cameras?
No.
And I'm going to ask you a question that you'll probably get on cross-examination. Were you checking these live feed of cameras to see whether or not Mark had been injured?
No.
Now, let's talk about where you went after using the restroom at Woodman's. Where was that, Lori?
So after leaving Woodman's, then I went back over by the Baymont, and there was like a vacant lot type thing across the street that was dark.
Okay, what was the plan once you got to that vacant lot?
To sleep there.
Okay. Were you able to sleep in the truck?
For a short time I did, I think.
Were you able to spend the entire night in that vacant lot?
No, it was too cold.
Okay. So, at some point you got cold. What did you decide to do then?
I believe I actually searched to see if there were any other hotels near me. And when I didn't come up with anything, then I decided that it was probably safe to go back home.
Okay. Well, what led you to believe that you were safe to go back home at that point, Lori?
Because if Mark, he would have been passed out by then.
Okay. That's something that you would have expected, that Mark was probably passed out and
Correct.
wouldn't have been up and aggressive.
Correct, yep.
Now, when you were going home, Lori, did you do anything particular with the cameras?
Oh, yes, I turned them off so that the alarm didn't wake Mark up.
Is that the sole reason that you turned the cameras off at that point?
Yes,
And what would lead you to believe that the alarm might wake Mark up?
because there's a beeping. I can't remember if it's a beeping or what it is. It's been a few years. But that it alerts your phone anytime there's movement.
Okay. Were you trying to conceal evidence of you returning home at that point, Lori?
No.
So when you're returning home, and if I could get the envelope, please. This is Exhibit 526. Lori, do you recall exactly which way you took back to your home that evening?
Honestly, no, not until I heard somebody else state which way I drove home.
From the area of West Salem, coming from the, I guess it would be the east to the west?
Correct.
but you don't recall that specifically.
I honestly didn't remember that, no.
And Lori, did you see Mark at all when you were driving back home?
No.
Which driveway did you take when you returned back into the home?
So the one to the left of the house.
Yeah, I'll give you the laser pointer. Why don't you point that out for us?
This one. Oh, sorry, this one.
So you've indicated the westbound driveway,
Correct.
and or I guess the western side driveway. And Ms. Phillips, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that the driveway that you typically took regardless of which direction you were coming from?
Me, yes.
Now, let's describe the conditions when you were driving back. Was it light out at all?
No, it was pitch black.
Do you have any street lights or sources of artificial lighting right in that area that would have illuminated the area of the driveway?
No. Well, my truck lights, that's it.
So other than the headlights, nothing else?
Correct.
And as you were driving up that driveway, the western driveway, where was your attention focused when you were driving, Lori?
And the driveway in front of me.
In the Dodge Ram that you were driving, were you seated differently from how you would normally be seated in the Subaru relative to the driveway?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a much bigger vehicle.
And Lori, at any point did you look over to the right or feel the need to look over to the right as you were driving up that west-facing driveway?
No.
Fair to assume that your attention would have been in front of you on the roadway?
Correct. And the driveway, correct.
Lori, I'm just going to ask you, did you see Mark out there when you returned to the house?
No.
How would you have reacted had you seen Mark?
I would have helped him.
Now, when you got back home, where did you park the vehicle?
Right here.
So, you've indicated the portico area between the back door to the house and the man cave. Is that correct?
Yep.
And am I correct in assuming that the front of the truck would be facing towards the east then in that view where you parked it?
Correct, towards the trees, right.
As opposed to when you left, the front of the truck would have been facing towards the west. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you got out of the truck, did you see Mark at all?
No.
What was your assumption of where Mark was at that point?
In bed sleeping.
Okay, so what did you do when you got back home?
When I got back home, I went inside, but I noticed right away the door was unlocked, which was very unusual, as well as the dining room light was on. But I did see my husband's shoes right at the doorway, so I knew he was sleeping.
Okay, so what was your impression then that the door was unlocked and the light was on?
I was like, wow, he must have been drunker than I thought and must have just passed out.
Okay, so what did you do once you got into the house?
I went inside. I went to the couch to sleep there, but A, it wasn't comfortable, and B, if Mark would have woke up to go use the restroom, he would have walked right past me, and that might have upset him, so I decided to go upstairs.
All right. And had you ever spent the night upstairs before?
No, I don't even know. Maybe been upstairs once or twice.
Okay. What was upstairs?
There's 2 bedrooms, but I slept in the small one right when you got upstairs.
Okay. Now, were you able to get any sleep up there?
A little bit.
And at any point during the evening, did you do anything else with the cameras?
Yeah, when I woke up at one point, and I remember thinking, where am I? I mean, because I was in an unusual spot. And then, like, everything was going through my mind of everything that happened that night. So I was like, oh my gosh, I need to turn the cameras back on so I don't get in trouble for turning them off to come home.
That's something that you felt that Mark would, that you would get in trouble for, so to speak?
Yes.
All right. So no dispute that at some point after returning home that you turned the cameras back on?
Correct. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a follow-up question. Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Lori, about what time do you think that you got up that morning?
I want to say it was around 6:30.
Okay. Was it light out yet? Was it dark? What was the conditions that you recall?
I mean, it wasn't It was lighter than when I got home, but it was still a little dark.
All right. So what was the plan when you got up? What did you intend to do?
Go downstairs and demand an apology from my husband.
At that point in time, did you feel that Mark would be violent or aggressive?
No, because he would have been more sober.
Okay. You figured is this the type of state that you would go to Mark in when you would get apologies in the past?
Yes.
All right. So once you got up, describe what you did.
Once I got up, I used the restroom and then went to our bedroom.
And what did you find when you went into the bedroom?
Our bed was unmade, and there was like pillows everywhere.
Was Mark in there?
No.
Did that alarm you at that point, Lori?
Yeah, because I had no idea where he was.
So what was your thought of where you would look next?
I thought I would go see if he actually took the Subaru somewhere last night, and I just didn't catch it.
Okay. And when you were getting up in the morning, did you have your cell phone with you at that time, Lori?
No. Well, it was upstairs.
Okay. Upstairs where you had slept?
Correct. It was in my purse.
All right. And I'm going to ask that we go to a video on Ms. Witzke's computer here. And this will be Exhibit 507 from the video file, subfile video 1. Lori, do you see that exhibit up on the screen right now?
I do.
And is that you in the photograph to the left?
Yes.
Is that the position where the truck was parked after you returned back home?
Yes.
Lori, what are you doing in this video clip?
I went outside to go to the garage.
Okay, and I'm going to give you the laser pointer. I want you to point out where to the garage you were headed towards.
The door is right there.
Okay, so you're pointing at, looks like there's part of the side door visible on the garage, is that correct?
Right, it's brown.
At this point, Lori, did you have any reason to believe that Mark had been injured?
None, no.
All right, let's play the clip. All right. Does that is that consistent with what you remember initially coming out of the house, that you were walking just towards the garage to see whether or not the Subaru was there?
Correct.
And Lori, did you appear to be upset or visibly shaken in that particular clip?
No.
All right. If we could get clip number 2 ready to go, please. All right. So, Lori, did you make it all the way to the garage when you went out looking for Mark?
No.
Why not?
Because I saw my husband out of the corner of my eye.
How did you react to that?
I freaked out and I ran straight to him.
Okay. I'm going to play clip number 2 at full volume, please. Lori, what were we hearing in that clip?
Me
What were you doing?
yelling, crying,
And why were you crying?
because I found my husband dead.
Is that the exact moment that you saw that Mark was out there?
Yes.
Let's get clip number 3 up, please. Lori, what did you do when you saw Mark laying out in the snowbank?
I ran to him.
And what did you see about or notice about Mark when you ran to him?
That he wasn't breathing. He wasn't alive anymore.
What led you to believe that he wasn't alive?
His hands were like purple. I could tell. It was obvious.
And how did you react to seeing Mark out there dead?
I mean, I mean,
Give me a minute.
how did I react? I mean, I was in disbelief. I was in shock. I just ran. Then I ran inside the house to to go get my phone to call 911.
You didn't have your phone with you at that point?
I did not have my phone, no.
I've got clip number 3 up here. Lori, do you recognize yourself in that clip?
Yes.
All right, if we could play clip number 3, please.
That one takes me right back to that day.
Lori, do you need a moment?
No.
What was happening in that clip?
I was running back inside to go get my phone to call 911.
And it sounds like you were screaming or crying during that clip.
Correct.
And it sounds like a stupid question, but I have to ask you, why were you screaming or crying?
Because I just found my husband.
Now, prior to these video clips that we just showed, Lori, did you have any idea that Mark had passed away?
No, none.
After running into the house, where did you go?
I ran upstairs to get my phone to call 911.
And we've heard the 911 call. I'm not going to play that again. But do you remember much about that call, Lori?
No.
Why not?
I was in shock. I just remember answering whatever they needed me to answer and trying to do whatever they needed me to do.
What did you hope that the 911 dispatcher would do?
Bring help.
Did you think at that point that there was any point that Mark could be revived based on your observations?
No.
So, do you recall Sergeant Valencia arriving at your house?
I wouldn't have known who he was, but yes, I remember a police officer getting there, yes.
And what was your condition or your state of mind when Sergeant Valencia arrived?
Again, I was in shock.
Do you feel like you had a clear head when you were talking to Sergeant Valencia?
No.
Do you remember much of what you said to Sergeant Valencia?
No.
How about Deputy Stoetinger, who took you inside?
I remember being inside with Mr. Leinfelder. I don't remember.
And let's talk about Mr. Leinfelder. Is that somebody that you had known of, at the very least, prior to February 22nd of 2019?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Just from lacrosse. I've known Fritz for 30 plus years. Excuse me, Mr. Leinfelder.
Just from seeing him around?
Correct.
And do you remember much of your conversation with Mr. Leinfelder inside of the house?
I mean, I remember telling him, answering his questions. Do I remember everything I said? No.
At some point, did you go to the Holman Police Department to talk to Investigator Leinfelder?
I did.
And what was your impression of why you did that?
So that we could figure out what happened to Mark. So I could help him, give him any information I knew.
At that point, did you have any reason to believe that you were a suspect in Mark's death?
None. No, I thought Fritz was helping me.
And what were you trying to get out to Mr. Leinfelder when you were talking to him at the Holman Police Department?
What was I trying to get out?
Yeah, that was poorly phrased. What were you trying to communicate to him?
I just wanted him to know everything that happened and hoping that he could figure out what happened.
Lori, were you still upset during that time frame?
Yes.
Were you thinking very clearly at that point?
I'm sure not, no.
And were there details or facts that you left out of that interview with Mr. Leinfelder?
Clearly there were, because it had stated that in the video. I continuously said, I forgot this.
Was that because you were trying to mislead Investigator Leinfelder?
Absolutely not.
Now, do you remember Investigator Leinfelder asking you specifically about whether or not there was a history of domestic abuse during that interview?
Now I remember, yes, because I read the transcripts.
And At the time, do you recall indicating that there wasn't much of a history of domestic abuse?
No, I stated Mark's never punched me, is what I said.
Okay. Did you bring up the fact that Mark had choked you in the past?
That at that moment, no, I didn't want Mark to come off as a bad person.
Or any of the other incidents with Mark?
No.
And you jumped one question ahead of me, Lori, but why didn't you bring up the prior acts of domestic abuse at that time?
As I stated to Mr. Leinfelder immediately, he was a good man, and I didn't want to tarnish what his thought process would have been of my husband.
Is that why you said that Mark was such a good guy?
Yeah.
Now, do you recall having a discussion with Investigator Leinfelder about the fact that you and Mark had argued earlier in the evening?
Yes.
And Lori, at some point, did you try to show Investigator Leinfelder an area where you had a bruise?
Yeah, I remember telling him that I felt different in different areas, but I hadn't seen anything yet.
And did Investigator Leinfelder appear to take a closer look at your neck or chest area?
I remember him saying that he thought he saw something on my neck, yes.
Did anyone offer to photograph that or document the injury?
No.
Now, I do want to talk a little bit about the injuries here. And I'm going to go back to the Elmo, please. Do you recall Hannah Klinsky coming to stay with you after Mark passed away?
Yes, she came on Saturday.
And how do you recall, Lori, noticing that you had these bruises and injuries on you the following day?
It was after I took a shower and I got out of the shower.
And did Hannah have a reaction to the fact that you were bruised?
Yes, she's like, oh my God, we need to take pictures of this.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 520, previously received. Lori, what are we looking at there?
My leg.
And this is the bruise that Hannah described as like a boot print or a footprint?
Correct.
Exhibit 522. Was that a photograph of?
That looks like another leg picture as well.
Exhibit 521. Can't quite tell if this is a shoulder or a leg, but is that a bruise?
It is.
Did you have bruising along your shoulders from where Mark had pushed you into the truck?
I mean, that picture, I'm not positive if that's a shoulder or a leg. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Well, I'm asking, Lori, did you have bruises along your arm where Mark had?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
I'll show you Exhibit 523. What is that a picture of?
My arm.
And what, if you recall, is that injury from?
Mark grabbing me and pulling me around the truck.
Did these bruises hurt Lori the next day?
Yes.
Exhibit 524. What are we looking at on this?
I see a bruise and something else, and then like that red mark.
Okay. And is that something that happened during when Mark had been physically abusive with you on February 22nd?
Yes.
This next one I'm not going to display. I'm just going to ask you to look at it. This is picture 525, the injury of the of your breast. What are we looking at here?
A bruise on my right, it looks like maybe my right breast.
Okay. Was that something that was sustained in the course of Mark physically abusing you on February 22nd as well?
It was.
Was that the bruise or the injury that you were talking about when you described to Mark that your boob hurt?
Correct.
At any point, did any investigator from the sheriff's department or otherwise ask you to come in and be photographed or otherwise document your injuries?
No.
Would you have done so had you been asked?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about your comments during your interview with Investigator Leinfelder. Do you recall, Lori, whether or not, what your response was to Investigator Leinfelder when he asked whether or not you hit your husband with the truck?
I said I did not.
What's your impression, or did you believe at that time that you had hit Mark?
No.
To this day, are you even sure exactly what happened once Mark reached that driver's side of the truck?
I have no idea what happened to my husband.
Lori, do you know for certain that Mark was not in front of the truck when you hit the gas?
Yes, that's what I could see. I could see in front of the truck when I was driving away because my headlights were on.
We're getting to the end here, and I'm going to ask you the big questions, Lori. At any point when you were escaping from Mark on February 22nd of 2019, did you believe that you were creating a substantial risk of killing him or causing serious bodily injury?
Objection calls for legal.
For perception, Judge.
Well, it is a legal conclusion sustained. Go ahead.
Did you believe that Mark was at any risk when you were leaving?
No.
Did you believe that your act of leaving would be likely to kill or seriously injure Mark?
No.
Did you think that you even had a remote chance of injuring Mark when you hit the gas when he was on the driver's side of the truck?
No.
Was it ever your intent to injure Mark?
Never. No.
Lori, what was your sole purpose for trying to get away from Mark that night?
To get away from him so that I would be safe, to get to safety.
Despite everything that we've heard and everything that we've testified to in this trial, how do you feel about Mark today?
I love him. I miss him.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross.
Ms. Phillips, the last thing you had testified to, your sole purpose that night was to get to safety. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. So, for everyone hearing your testimony today, that's your sole purpose for that entire night? Is that what you mean in terms of escaping from Mr. Phillips?
When I left.
When you left, and then your actions thereafter?
Correct.
Judge, objection bag.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead. Be more specific.
So your sole purpose was to get to safety. You're talking about the driveway incident.
Correct.
Was that your sole purpose when you went to the subdivision?
To get to safety?
Yes.
I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know where I was going.
Was that your sole purpose when you went to check into a hotel?
Yes, so that I did not sleep at home, correct.
Was that your sole purpose, or sole consideration, or was that what and I guess, let me rephrase that. Was that a primary consideration after the hotel? Your safety?
Was my safety a primary consideration after the hotel?
After the hotel. When you're getting ready, I guess after the hotel, where you go next?
To Woodman's, you mean, or to the vacant lot?
To Woodman's.
To Woodman's. Well, I went there to use the restroom.
In the vacant lot?
The vacant lot, I went there to sleep because I couldn't get a hotel room.
And you didn't want to go home?
At that point, no, not yet, no.
Because you were concerned about your safety?
Correct.
Did you testify that there wasn't a remote chance that you hit Mr. Phillips with the vehicle?
Did I testify to when?
Judge,
a few
I'm going to
moments
object.
ago.
It's mischaracterizing my question on direct.
If it wasn't what you asked, you can say no. Go ahead.
Did you indicate or testify in response to Mr. Zacker's question that you didn't think there was a remote chance that you hit Mr. Phillips that night?
Correct.
And you indicated that you don't recall speaking with Deputy Stoetinger the next day, February 23rd.
Was he the first police officer or the second?
I believe he would have been the second.
Honestly, I don't. I remember talking to Mr. Leinfelder.
So you remember Sergeant Valencia?
I remember a police officer coming. I wouldn't have known who he was.
So let me ask this a different way. You witnessed and paid attention to the last 4 days of proceedings. Is that correct?
Correct.
So even if you don't remember from this particular time, you, sitting in court, saw the different witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you saw Deputy Stoetinger testify.
Yes.
So now you know who that is. Is that correct?
I believe I remember which one he was, yes.
But you don't remember him at the time, at the scene on February 23rd?
I don't recall talking to him. I don't remember going inside with him. That was what I had stated.
Okay. So you don't remember, do you believe then that you would have said or indicated, I didn't hit him or anything, him being Mr. Phillips?
I didn't hit him. That's. Are you asking me if that's what I said?
I'm asking about your statement to Deputy Stoetinger. Is it my understanding? Are you saying that you just don't remember saying that at all?
No. Oh, you have confused me. So can you ask the question again, please?
I can. Deputy Stoetinger, the person who testified, got up and he went up there and he swore to tell the truth, just like you are. And that Deputy Stoetinger, you are saying that you do not remember speaking to him at any time on February 23rd, 2019.
I don't remember going inside with him.
Do you remember speaking with him in the driveway?
Well, I remember him stating that I had advised that I did not hit my husband. Yes, I do know what you're saying.
Okay, so you remember stating that it's not like I hit him or anything.
I said I did not hit him, correct.
Did Deputy Stoetinger imply that you had hit him when you were speaking with him?
No, it was more along the lines of when I said would tell the story, and that Mark ran around, and he's like, and I remember like, and I'm like, well, I didn't hit him.
So the thought at least had crossed your mind that could have happened.
When he kind of like questioned, like gave me kind of a weird look. Yes, that's why I was like, I didn't hit him.
So Deputy Stoetinger gave you a weird look.
In my eyes, yes.
Okay.
Now, yes, I do recall what you're asking me.
Okay, so Deputy Stoetinger...
I just don't remember going inside with him.
No, that's fine. So Deputy Stoetinger gave you a weird look.
Like a questionable look, correct.
Okay, and that's what elicited that statement. It's not like I hit him or anything. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Can we not, like, step on each other's...
We can, and I'm sorry. So after Deputy Stoetinger gave you that look, did you talk with Investigator Leinfelder after that?
It would have been after that, yes.
Okay. And then after that is when you went to the Holman Police Department. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, you had, I guess, felt accused, felt like someone was suspicious of you. What were you feeling? I mean, describe this weird look to us.
No, not with Mr. Leinfelder, I didn't, no.
Okay.
Not at all.
But you had at least considered that it was suggested that that's what was being thought by Deputy Stoetinger.
I just wanted to clear if he did question anything, clear that.
And then you do remember going to the Holman Police Department?
I do.
Okay. And was your testimony a few moments ago that while at the Holman Police Department, it was, I guess, your intention to help Investigator Leinfelder, whoever, determine what had happened to Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Because you didn't know.
Correct.
So you were going to provide as much information as you could,
Yes.
and you were going to make sure that you provided important details.
To my recollection, yes.
And that's why you, oops, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Are you finished?
Yes.
And that's why you were willing to make a written statement to Investigator Leinfelder.
Absolutely.
And then when you believe that you are remembered something that you had left out in that written statement, you supplemented it, right?
I did.
And when we watched the video, that was, and Investigator Leinfelder was reading parts of that statement. That was all accurate. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, it was all accurate, yes.
I'm asking the clerk. This is an exhibit.
Exhibit number 81.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I am handing what has been marked as Exhibit 89 to Ms. Phillips. Your Honor, the parties had previously stipulated to use an agreed-upon transcript for the purposes of Investigator Leinfelder's interview. Is there any objection to me using that throughout my cross?
I agree that it's authentic.
Go ahead, Ben.
Ms. Phillips, what can you tell me about the camera system? What was your understanding of the camera system as it existed between February 22nd and February 23rd? And I'm asking in terms of how it functioned, what it did.
I mean, it was a camera system that recorded movements.
Okay. So it recorded movements, and you indicated you could live view it. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Ms. Phillips, again, you've had the opportunity, or you've sat through every witness that we've had here
I have.
in trial, and you've seen every piece of evidence that's been presented. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree, I guess, I'm asking specifically about the timeline aspect of this case, that there are a lot of moving parts in this case?
Yes.
We have the 2 hotels. We have 2 or 3 bars. We've got your house, right?
Correct.
We've got other locations, correct?
Correct.
We've heard all sorts of texts,
Yes.
internet searches,
Yes.
other things that I'm probably forgetting about, but I mean, you would agree that there's a lot there to that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. Up until this point, do you have any issue with the times of things that have been presented in terms of text messages
No.
or the coming and going from the bar as far as timestamps we've seen?
I don't believe so.
And the arming, disarming, or viewing of security cameras?
No.
Do you recall speaking with Investigator Leinfelder about the security cameras as they were armed or disarmed on February 22nd, 2019?
Do I recall talking to him? I don't know if I recall, but I mean, I can go back to the notes.
Okay. Can you please turn your attention on the exhibit that's been handed to you to line 114?
Okay.
I'm starting with Investigator Leinfelder, and so let me do some more checking. Is it your statement, I just hope the cameras were on? I mean, I don't know if they were or not. I have no idea. Is that an accurate reflection of that, or?
You said 114?
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not
confused.
one. Yeah.
What page?
So, Judge, I'm using the line number on the right-hand side.
Okay, explain it to the witness. I don't have it, so I don't know what you're referring to.
But where are you? 1014.
Yes. I think I might have figured out the problem. Ms. Phillips, can you hold up that exhibit, please?
Hold it up.
Yes. So I'm looking at the lines on the left-hand side. 1014. 1014.
Oh,
Sorry.
hold on. Where Fritz says, and so let me do some more checking?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the 1015, Lori Phillips, I just hope the cameras were on. I mean, I don't know if they were or not. I have no idea.
Correct.
And then at 1018, do you say, I'm assuming they were if I had to turn the cameras off to come home?
Correct.
So you had armed the cameras at 11:08 p.m., is that correct?
If that's what the time was, yes. And obviously when I did all this, I wasn't thinking clearly, so.
So you weren't thinking clearly?
Correct.
So when you were asked that question, you just didn't remember?
No, I just assumed that if I had to turn them off, that they were on.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So you don't recall turning them on at 11:08 the night before, or you didn't recall them when you spoke to Investigator Leinfelder?
Correct. When I talked to Investigator Leinfelder, I didn't remember that part. Correct.
Okay. And you didn't remember checking the live feeds?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. To me, it made sense when I talked to him that if I had to disable the cameras to go home, that they were on. That's what I'm saying.
So I guess is it your hope then when you made that statement that the cameras were on during the incident with the driveway? Is that?
I was hoping they were on, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Because when you spoke with Investigator Leinfelder, you didn't remember that you yourself had armed them at 11:08.
That is correct.
Had you calmed down by that point? And by calm down, I'm referring to, I'll ask that in a different way. We saw you were emotional when the arrival on scene. We saw you were emotional at the house.
Correct.
And that was understandable because as you testified, you just discovered your husband's.
Correct.
Did you, I guess, have an opportunity? What was your emotional state during the interview with Investigator Leinfelder?
I mean, obviously I was still shook up, but I was trying to give him what he needed so I could go back home and be with my family.
Okay. Is it safe to say that you were at least more calm when you met with Investigator Leinfelder?
At the home and police department, yes. I just, like I said, I wanted to give him as much information as I could so I could go.
And you had already spoken to friends and family at that point?
Yes, I had people at the home.
And your friend Kimmy is the one who drove you?
Yes, she did.
Touching up on the end of your testimony, your direct examination, sorry. We saw pictures of the bruises again, and you remember that?
Yes.
The picture of the one on your leg, didn't you indicate yesterday that that was from you slipping out of the truck or hitting that foot rail or something?
I said that could be the possibility from that one, yes.
Okay, so you didn't specifically say that that was not Mr. Phillips?
I said it could have been from the step rail.
Ms. Phillips, I want to walk you through different things we've kind of heard about throughout your direct examination. Starting at Sloopy's. That was the first place that everyone had went to. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And you had went to Sloopy's with Hannah. Hannah and Adam Stevens were there. Hannah and Adam Stevens were at Sloopy's.
They met us there, correct.
Okay, and that was early.
That was early.
And is that when everyone had started drinking?
Yes.
And did that include yourself?
Yes.
But everything at Sloopy's was okay.
Everything at Sloopy's was great.
And you went to the dive bar at about what time?
I want to say the drawing was at like 7 maybe, so we would have gotten there probably right before that.
And at what point in the dive bar did things, I guess, start to escalate with Mr. Phillips?
I mean, I don't know time-wise, but it would have been when we met up with Scott Cundy.
Okay. So you don't remember the exact time?
No. No.
Do you recall when the first incident of physical violence was with Mr. Phillips? About when?
Time?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
When we left the bar.
Okay. The dive bar.
The first time we left the dive bar, yes.
Okay. So the first time you left the dive bar, that is the first incident of physical violence with Mr. Phillips.
Correct.
And not to make you just retestify from yesterday, but what was the first time he put hands on you that night? The one you're talking about right now at the dive bar.
When he brought me back to the dive bar.
So you're at the dive bar at this point, or you've left the dive bar?
The first time Mark put hands on me is when he brought me back to the dive bar.
Okay. And that was in the truck or outside the truck?
In the truck.
Okay. And it was parked? The truck was parked?
Yes.
And at this particular time, can you remind me this particular incident, what he had done?
That's when he jumped over on top of me and was strangling me and yelling at me and on top of me.
So you're in the passenger seat?
I'm in the passenger seat. He jumped over from the driver's side.
From the driver's seat?
Correct.
Okay. And I want to clarify kind of, when you said strangled, I can't do it as well as Mr. Zacher, so correct me, but I guess it was like a forearm hold or it was a choke hold, or I didn't understand that. Could you please describe it for me?
He was using his forearm.
So you use his right forearm or his left forearm? Don't know?
I have no idea.
Was Mr. Phillips right or left-handed?
He was right-handed.
Okay. So he uses his forearm, and that goes up against your neck area, is that?
Correct.
Okay. And then he, applies pressure?
Yes.
Okay. And you're being pushed into the door?
No, in between the seats. Like, he's actually pushing me towards his side, his seat. It was in between the seats. Not towards the door.
So, okay. So I think if I understand correctly, so he has actually gotten out of the driver's seat and is on top of you at this point?
Correct.
Okay. So he's on top of you, pushing backwards towards in between the seats, towards his side?
Correct.
Okay. And then after that, you exit the car or the truck, and then that's when you go back into the dive bar, or is that?
Correct.
Okay. So, Ms. Phillips, after the dive bar, I guess, and like I said, there's a lot of moving parts in this case. So I'm trying to figure out, and again, not to just make you retestify. So at this point, how inebriated do you think Mr. Phillips is?
Okay, the first time when we came back to the dive bar, you mean?
I'm talking
When?
right after he gets out of the truck. That he just had this incident where he used his forearm, got on top of you, and applied pressure to your neck.
He didn't get out of the truck then. But how inebriated do I think he was?
Mm-hmm.
Clearly more so than I thought. But, I mean, I don't know how you want me to monitor that.
So you remember answering Mr. Zacker's questions? His
Yes.
yes.
Your Honor, can we approach?
These are your questions.
We need to approach.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, Ms. Phillips, during your testimony yesterday, you made a lot of representations about how inebriated Mr. Phillips was, what you thought about it, what that meant to you, things like that. Do you recall that?
I recall saying that Mark's a different person when he's drunk, if that's what you're referring to.
You refer, he's a different person, and, there's different levels of inebriation. Do you remember that for him?
Yeah, I mean, there's like buzzed and then there's drunk, yes.
So, yeah, buzzed drunk is fun. Buzzed Mark
Yes.
is fun Mark.
Yes,
And drunk Mark is a problem.
correct.
And Mark who does shots is a problem.
100%.
And Mark, I guess at some point when you said is annihilated, that was a problem.
Absolutely.
And at some point at the dive bar, he gets, per your words, annihilated. Is that correct?
I would say that would be at the end after like even doing shots and continuing to drink, yes.
Okay. So you have an understanding, based on the scale that we've just talked about, how drunk Mr. Phillips is. At any, at time. I mean, indicators, the way he looks, the way he smells, the different way he starts talking to you. I mean, things like that, right?
That is correct.
So at this particular time, how inebriated do you think he is?
Well, okay, so I would say he was drunk, but I've seen him much drunker before at that point.
Okay.
Because sober Mark wouldn't have done that.
Sober Mark wouldn't have done that.
Correct.
And now he has put hands on you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at this point, who's all at the bar?
Inside the bar?
Yes.
Hannah and Adam and Hannah's family.
Okay. And
others that obviously that I don't know.
And Ms. Klinsky had testified that there was about 150 people at the dive bar. Is that correct?
I think she may have over-exaggerated when I look at the videos.
So you're looking at the video of just the part where the family's sitting. You're talking about that.
That whole section, correct.
Okay. So there's for sure not 150 people there. We all saw that, right?
Correct.
But the dive bar, I mean, I guess we agreed for the sake of time not to show out all the video, but it's a bigger structure, or it was a bigger structure, correct?
Yeah, there was another side to it, correct.
So there's multiple drawings?
No, there was one drawing.
Okay. So throughout that building, I mean, was there more people throughout the building?
Than just what we saw in video, yes.
Okay.
I just don't believe that there was 150 people.
Okay. And when did Mr. Phillips start, I guess, yelling and screaming at you? Are we at that point yet, or is that later?
Well, that would have been before. No, I'm sorry. That would have been when he came back in, yes. Actually, the beginning when he was yelling and screaming would have been after talking to Scott Cundy.
Okay.
I apologize.
So after talking to Scott Cundy, that's when the yelling and screaming starts.
Yes.
Is Terry LaFleur in the picture yet at this point?
No, he hadn't gotten there yet, no.
Okay. So this is just Scott Cundy, and he's screaming at you. Mr. Phillips is.
Yes.
Okay. And from that point, for the rest of the evening that you spend with him, he is, I guess, it's not the last time he screamed at you, correct?
No.
And he continued to scream at you throughout the bar?
In different areas, yes.
And there's that one period where you talked about he sends you the apology text, things seem okay, and then, I mean, I guess other than that period, is he screaming at you consistently? Are you arguing consistently?
Yeah, that was the only time that he was actually calmed down that I could tell.
Okay.
Well, I mean, so after the text message for a short time.
Okay. And that was at about 8:52 p.m.
That's when I believe I got the text message, correct.
Okay. And you remember you didn't respond to that text message because you were mad?
I didn't respond. You're correct.
Okay.
I was disappointed. I was mad and disappointed, yes.
Okay. Can you please look at the exhibit of, I think, line 426?
Okay.
Does it say, I mean, can you read that for me?
The 426?
Yep. Or no, excuse me, 428.
I didn't respond because I was so pissed off.
And line 426, when it says, you indicated, he was always sorry, he had texted me immediately, I'm so sorry, that's the text you're referring to.
The text I was referring to is he said, I'm so sorry, I love you.
Okay, the one at 8:52.
Whenever it was, yes, correct.
Okay. So, not disappointed, you told investigator Leinfelder because you're pissed.
I was very disappointed with my husband as well.
Okay. So after he sends the apology text and things are at the bar, I guess what happens next?
I told Adam and Hannah that I thought that he had calmed down and that if they wanted to go, they could go.
Okay, so you flagged off, I guess, called off Miss Klinsky and Mr. Stevens.
I did.
And the rest of the family?
I mean, I had nothing to do with the rest of the family.
Okay.
I don't know what they did.
Didn't we hear something, I guess, did you hear something about that, I guess, Bob Klinsky or Miss Klinsky's father or stepfather, he didn't try to talk to you at all?
He did, yes.
Okay. Did he try to intervene? I thought we heard something about that. Is that your memory?
Well, that is what it appears to be. I don't remember what Bob said to me. I saw him come over and give me a hug and then kind of look over at Mark like I saw thinking he was maybe trying to intervene, but I honestly don't remember what Bob said to me that night.
Okay, so he actually didn't attempt to intervene.
Did you say did or did not?
Did not.
No, I think he did. I think
Okay.
he did.
But you felt safe.
When Bob was trying to intervene?
Yes.
Oh, after Mark sent me the text, but this is you're talking about two different periods right now.
Oh, okay.
So that's where it's a little confusing.
So Bob Klinsky, that is his name, right?
Bob is Hannah's dad, but he was over when Mark was doing all the flailing and
Okay.
that's when Bob came over.
So that's earlier.
That's earlier.
And that's
Correct.
when he's still screaming and everything else?
Yes.
Okay. And the period afterwards where you then let everybody know towards the end of the night, them being Hannah and Adam, that they can go to Winona, that's later.
Correct.
And then and Mr. Klinsky, Bob Klinsky, he went with them as well, correct?
No. He lives in La Crosse, so he went to Begun with them.
So he stayed at the bar.
I don't know what he did. I honestly don't know. That's when I was over on the other side with my husband.
Okay.
I don't know what they did.
So at that point, it's just you and Mr. Phillips at the bar?
With whomever he was talking to.
Okay.
Her family could have still been there, but I don't know.
Ms. Phillips, my memory is that we were left off at the dive bar. Is that your understanding?
Okay.
I'm going to ask this as open-ended. Is there, I mean, in terms of before we had taken a brief break there, is there anything that you remember, I guess, in terms of where we left off or the question you were answering or anything that we missed? I'm asking an open-ended question that I don't remember where we are, and I'm giving you an opportunity to fill in the blanks if I miss something.
Judge, I'm going to object as to the form and vagueness and just ask that the state focus on an individual topic across.
Yeah. Are you saying asking her if she missed anything that happened at the dive bar?
No, Your Honor. I'm asking if Ms. Phillips, during the course of her last testimony, if there's something that we missed in terms of that she had more to say. Just go on. Okay.
Specific. Yep. Go ahead.
Ms. Phillips, I briefly want to understand Mr. Phillips' jealousy. When you spoke with Investigator Leinfelder, can I direct your attention to line 414 on the exhibit that's been handed to you?
Okay.
When you had indicated, referring to Mr. Phillips, so he always explained it so that I could try to understand it. He said, if I ever feel like someone's trying to take you from me, is that referring to his jealousy?
Correct.
Is that referring to his possessiveness?
Well, he would say, if anyone's ever trying to take you from me or if you leave me. So I didn't get the second half of that in there, I see.
And at line 417, you continue, or I'm going to lose you. Are you still referring to Mr. Phillips?
That's what I was talking about.
And then when you say, he goes, I can't control what happens in my mind. He says, I can't help it. I can't help it. So when that happens, we just have to deal with it. And I'm just like, I just can't even believe that he makes these things up in his head. Is that still referring to Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
And at line 421, that he gets in his head and he can't let it go. Is that still referring to Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair description? I mean, is that accurate? Is that a fair description of his jealousy?
Yes.
And his possessiveness?
I mean, I don't really like the word possessive, but
Okay.
I mean, that
Use
is,
instead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
he was just worried that if anybody was ever going to take me away, he'd say, or if I ever left him.
Okay.
Plain and simple, those two things.
Okay. So he was afraid of losing you.
Yes.
And in fact, we heard a lot of testimony from different parties regarding that he was fearful of losing you. Is that right?
That we heard that he was
I'll just
mischaracterizing the. Yeah.
I'll just re-ask. Strike that question from the record, please. So when he's afraid of losing you, that's why he is jealous of other guys, right?
correct.
And that's why Terry LaFleur, I guess, was a problem here.
Correct.
And you had nothing to do with Terry LaFleur, other than an acquaintance, right?
Never. Correct.
But in Mr. Phillips' mind, he made this, I guess, can I call it delusional connection? Is that correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And this delusional connection is that, I mean, he saw just some random dude at the bar, right?
Well, Terry wasn't there. Terry wasn't there yet.
So, go ahead.
Scott said Terry was coming. So Mark assumed that either Scott called him and said, hey, Lori Phillips is here. Lori, he would have said Lori Gamoki, come to the bar. That's Mark's interpretation in my mind. But in fact, I believe that they had plans all along for Terry to come and meet Scott Cundy for drinks that night at the dive bar. Had nothing to do with us.
Okay. So when Mr. Phillips started getting mad about that, I mean, Mr. LaFleur wasn't even there.
Correct.
And Mr. Phillips didn't even know Mr. LaFleur, did he? Or do you know that?
I don't think he did, no.
So the only connection between Terry LaFleur and his jealousy in that is what, the Chapter 2 days thing?
Can you reword that?
I can. That his connection to Terry LaFleur is that he thought Mr. LaFleur knew you from, I guess, bartending days.
Okay, so you're talking about Scott Cundy. So yes, Scott Cundy said that of course you would know him because he used to bartend at Ghost Chapter 2, correct?
Okay. And that Chapter 2 connection, that's what made Mr. Phillips mad?
No. No. So
Go ahead.
So when Scott said, of course you know Terry, and then I was like, whoa, what does that mean? I've never been with him. He's like, no, he used to bartend at Chapter 2. My ex-in-laws owned a ghost chapter too, so I bartended there as well. So that's how he thought I knew him.
So what I'm trying to understand is, I guess, let me ask you this. There were over 100 people at the bar.
I don't even believe that, no. I mean, there was people at the bar, but I don't believe there were 100.
About 50.
I would say 50 would be good.
So there's 50 people at the dive bar.
Throughout the entire bar, I would say yes.
Okay, and there are other men at the bar, is that accurate?
I'm sure yes.
And we saw the video, right?
Yes.
And we saw all sorts of other, I mean, there's the guy with the $14.99 something shirt. We saw other people at the bar.
Okay, yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, we saw other people at the bar, yes.
What was the connection, as you understand it, between Terry LaFleur and Mr. Phillips? So what about Mr. LaFleur do you think made Mr. Phillips so mad?
It was the way Scott said it. He said, of course you know who he is. That is what triggered my husband.
Okay. So it's that, I guess that context clue.
Correct.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to line 433. Ms. Phillips, you stated to Investigator Leinfelder, he's always told me I would never, ever hurt you ever. Is that referring to Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
So, like, I couldn't even believe it. That's referring to the physical attack that you experienced at the dive bar, right?
Correct.
And I'm not even going to lie, I made a scene outside. I'm like, you know what? You put your hands on me, I'm done. I'm done with you. You just go live your life, go. And that's when he stormed off or took the truck and just peeled away. Is that referring to Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Okay. I want to understand your emotion there. What is going through your head? I mean, at that moment.
When I'm talking to Fritz,
Nope. So the moment, I guess that question refers to a moment, right?
that I talked to Fritz, Mr. Leinfelder, excuse me.
Did you make a scene at the bar?
No, so outside, I raised my voice to try to attract attention, yes.
Okay, so that's when you raised your voice.
That is correct.
And that was because I think I heard that 2 people were in the parking lot.
I don't know how many people were in the parking lot, but there were people out there, yes. They were smoking.
You yourself
remember
saw
it.
somebody,
People were outside smoking, yes.
and you were hoping to get their attention.
That is correct.
And you were hoping to get their attention because you wanted their help, right?
Yes.
And when you told Investigator Leinfelder, I'm like, you know what, you put your hands on me, I'm done, I'm done with you, you just go live your life, go. Who are you referring to?
That's me talking to Mark, but I think that was in my head.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
So that's what you're
I
thinking.
didn't say that to Mark. I apologize. I didn't mean to overtalk.
I'll rephrase that last part of the question, and I will also try not to interrupt you or anything like that. I guess I apologize if I did. Where did you leave off? That's going through your head? That statement, the one that I had read, that's the feeling that is going through your head at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. So did you actually yell that?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I guess, what did you yell to the people you were trying to get help from?
I was like, you've done enough tonight. Stop. That's what I raised my voice and said.
So you directed that at Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
but you said it loud enough to try to get somebody else's attention. Is that the idea?
Correct.
Okay. What happens next?
to my conversation with Mr. Leinfelder, or when I go in the bar? Or wait, that's
What
the
happens
end of the
next
night.
at the bar?
Judge, I guess I'm going to object and ask the state to clarify at what point we're actually at.
Yeah, Mr. Burdick, please be a little bit more specific about your questions so that the witness and we know what you're talking about. Go ahead, you can ask specific questions. You're on cross. Go ahead.
You're in the parking lot. You just tried to, the point at the parking lot where you just tried to get somebody's attention. What happens after that?
That is when Mark physically walked me across, well, first pushed me, because that's the part, when I was leaving. And Mark came out and busted me leaving, so then I parked the truck and got out, and that's when Mark assaulted me again, and then walked me around and put me into the truck.
Okay. And at some point, you were communicating or getting calls from Adam Stevens. Is that accurate?
No, I don't think when I was with Mark I did.
Okay.
And if I did, then I forgot that. After that, I did.
How about this? I'll focus on, can you please turn to 522? Line number 522.
Okay. Okay. That's a totally different time.
It is.
Yes.
And you told Investigator Leinfelder, I took the phone and I said, leave Stevens out of this. Quit calling Stevens.
That is correct.
Who are you talking to?
Mark.
And you're talking to him in person or you're talking to him on the phone?
I'm talking to him on Adam Stevens' phone from when my husband was calling Mr. Stevens 3 or 4 times in a row.
Okay. And you're mad?
I didn't understand why he would bring somebody in from the outside. I just said, leave him out of this.
So were you embarrassed?
That was very embarrassing that he continued to call my friend.
So you're embarrassed because Mr. Phillips is calling your friend Adam Stevens?
To tell me to talk me into getting in the truck with him.
And you didn't want that information known?
I wanted him to leave Stevens alone, is what I wanted.
Okay.
He shouldn't have ever involved him.
And are you disappointed or are you mad or what's the emotion?
I was just like, leave him alone. Stop calling him. Like, quit bugging him. So my emotion, I guess I would be upset, I guess. And embarrassed.
Ms. Phillips, do you agree that you left the dive bar for the last time at about 10:09 p.m.?
According to what I remember Mr. Leinfelder saying and seeing, I believe, video footage, yes.
Okay. And then you and Mr. Phillips, you had one more fight in the parking lot after you left or no?
When we left for the final time, that was the fight that we just discussed.
Okay. At the dive bar?
At the dive bar.
And then you go, I guess, took about a minute, 2 minutes? When did you get back in your car, the truck?
From when we left?
The dive bar.
I mean, a few minutes.
Okay.
It was 5 years ago. I mean, I don't really remember how long it was, but we were out there for a couple minutes for sure.
More than 5?
I don't think so.
Less than 5?
I would say so.
And then did you and Mr. Phillips go straight home from there?
Yes,
And he's driving?
correct.
And you were in the passenger seat?
That is correct.
And he's screaming at you at this point?
He was bringing up Terry LaFleur again, yes.
Is he screaming at you, or is he bringing him up, or is he speaking to you?
No, he was definitely yelling, correct.
And do you go straight home?
We did go straight home.
And I believe I heard, or do you agree with Deputy Sloan's assessment that it takes about a half an hour to get from the dive bar to your home?
I would agree with that.
So it's about, would you say, 10:42 to 10:45 when you and Mr. Phillips pull in the driveway?
Sure.
Do you agree with that?
Sure was affirmative, but yes.
When do you take off your ring and give it to Mr. Phillips?
On the ride home.
On the ride home.
Mm-hmm.
So he's driving, and go ahead.
Correct. Yes.
And how do do you put it in the cup holder? Do you hand it to him? Do you put it in the glove box? Where do you physically put that ring?
I handed it to him.
What did he do with it?
I said, I don't want this. And he put his hand out and he took, well, I can't remember if he said this at first, but he said, please, please don't give that back to me. And then maybe took it. I don't know if I just continued to hold it out there for him. I just remember he took it.
Was that sadness you saw from him, or anger, or what do you think his emotion was?
Objection, speculation.
I think we heard testimony on it yesterday.
If she can talk about her observations, go ahead.
Your observations.
When he said, please, please don't give that back to me, I mean, he wasn't screaming at me at that point. He was being genuine.
And did he stop screaming after that point? During the ride home?
No, I'm fairly positive that it continued. I mean, as far as I remember, it continued the whole ride home except for that short little point of giving him the ring back.
Do you know how long that short little point was?
I mean, it was just, I handed it to him and I said, like, here, I don't want this, or I'm done, or something like that. And he said, please, please don't give that back to me. And then ended up taking it because I guess I just continued to hold it out to him.
So you're holding it? I guess hold it out to him. What do you mean by that?
Holding my ring. I took my ring off and gave it to him.
And he never took it?
He did take it.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you get to the driveway. You pull up to the driveway at the residence.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah, at some point, yes.
Okay. And he goes inside first?
He did go inside first.
Okay. How is his emotional demeanor? What are you observing at that time when he walks in that door?
I mean, he just took off. So, I mean, I didn't know what he was doing. I didn't know if he really had to go to the bathroom quickly but I mean, come to find out that he went straight to the safe to put my ring in there.
Okay. So he took off, so he's traveling at a faster than normal speed? Is that what you mean by that?
I mean, I don't remember. I just remember he took off because he's right there. The vehicle was parked right where he could just get right out, whereas I had to go around. And so he beat me in the house. That's all I can say.
Does he slam the door, throw the door open, anything like that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember at that point.
And you indicated that he went to the safe.
He did go to the safe to put my ring in there, yes, and lock it in there.
Okay. And where's the safe?
In the bedroom.
The master bedroom.
Correct.
And you go inside to put some seltzers in and get your contacts, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is it safe to say the contacts are in your bathroom, or are they somewhere else?
Yeah, they were in my bathroom.
Okay. At what point did you make the decision that you're truly going to leave?
I knew when I was going home I was truly leaving. I'm sure he knew that as well.
So on the way home, you had already made up the decision, I'm gone.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you gave him the ring back?
I did.
And that was because, I guess, were you intending to end your marriage, or?
I was letting him know that his actions were significant enough for me to just give up that night.
Okay. Did you have the keys to the truck, or were they still in the truck?
We both have keys.
Okay, so you both have keys.
Correct.
Were yours on your person, or did you have to get those from inside?
No, they would have been in my purse because I always have my keys with me to be able to get in and out of the house.
Okay. So you have your keys, you had them in your purse on you?
Correct.
Okay. And you went inside to put the seltzers away?
He had already been inside. The door was already open.
So the door to the house is open,
Correct.
and you have the keys outside.
I have my keys. He has keys and I have keys.
So I guess, Ms. Phillips, at this point, safety is your sole priority. That's what you said when we had started. Is that accurate?
When leaving, yes. When I left that night, yes.
And this is the point in the night where you have made up the decision to leave and you are going to leave. Is that correct?
Well, I had made that decision driving home. Yes.
And you had already experienced a Mr. Phillips that you had never seen before.
Well, I mean, the worst part is yet to come. I mean, we still had another argument yet.
You're talking about in the driveway.
Correct.
Okay, that's the worst.
Well, that's where Mr. Phillips, as we're going to call him, it was the most upset, I would say.
So that is the worst is yet to come in terms of his emotional state. Is that what you meant by that?
Yeah, I mean, I may have misspoke. I mean, I'm saying that we were not done yet for the night, so it still got worse.
And it got worse after he went inside. And then,
Correct, when he came back out, correct.
so when you say the worst is yet to come, I mean, at that point, it was physically worse much earlier, right?
Physically worse much earlier. Mark was the most upset when I was leaving.
Okay, and that's the most upset you've ever seen him?
Ever.
Ever?
Ever.
And did that surprise you?
What do you mean by that?
Did him being the most upset you've ever seen him, was that surprising to you?
Objection relevance.
Sustain. If you can just keep things moving, go ahead.
Okay. So, Ms. Phillips, I want to direct your attention to line 594.
Okay.
Investigator Leinfelder, when he starts the driver's side door, can you review that section of the transcript and confirm that we are talking about the incident in the driveway?
Yeah, I can tell by my information above what we're talking about, yes. So yes, the driver's side door meant the driver's side door.
And at 597, you indicate, and he said, well, I'm going to get my stuff then. Is that referring to Mr. Phillips?
That is correct.
And I said, take your stuff that you want, take it. That's also referring to Mr. Phillips.
Correct.
You told Investigator Leinfelder that Mr. Phillips said that.
He wanted to get his stuff out of the truck, correct. If I was going to take the truck, he wanted all of his personal items out.
And then at line 615 and 616, I'm starting at 615. Can you direct yourself there?
I'm there.
Investigator Leinfelder, okay, so then you got in the driver's side, and that's when he came out and was going to hit the window again. Okay, and then he said, I'm going to get my stuff out.
Correct.
Okay. And you, at line 617, confirmed that?
Correct.
Because that's accurate.
Yeah.
You didn't indicate that Mr. Phillips is screaming at you?
At that point, when he got over there, he was saying some things. But when he came out, he came out with the fist and then realized that I was absolutely leaving then. And then something clicked and he's like, let me get my stuff out if you're taking which it was my truck, not his, but he was the one who drove it.
So when you say that was the worst you've ever seen him, I'm trying, I guess, what indicators of that? What made you come to that conclusion?
Sure. So he was saying, so when he got over there and he was going through all of the stuff in the truck, he was like, just so you know, I'm changing the locks. I mean, he was saying so many things so many things. He was trying to hurt me by saying things. And then, that he was going to go to a bar and go pick up some chicks or whatever wording he used for that. I might not be using his exact words, but I'm telling you what he said.
Okay, so he was saying mean things.
He was saying mean things.
And he was degrading you.
Yes, and then the can koozie with the breasts on it and threw it at me and said, "This is all you're good for."
And you took that to mean, a pair of breasts? That's all you're good for? Is that what you took that to mean?
Or sex or something.
Okay, but you took that to mean he was degrading you.
Yeah.
And he has said mean things to you, he has degraded you, he has said that he is going to change the locks. All of those things are what you're referring to as the worst you've ever seen.
Well, after the phone dropped and I looked at him, that's the most angry I've ever seen him.
So the phone dropped. You're talking about when you had the phone and you dropped it because you were going to put the cameras on.
Right, when he tried to take it out of my hands, correct.
And is that when you yelled at him, "I hope the cameras are on," or when did you do that?
No, when he came out with his fist out.
Which is after what we're talking about now, the degrading comments, the going through his stuff, things like that.
That would be before. That'd be before.
I'm going to clarify my own question to make sure that I am understanding you.
Okay.
The comments are before the phone and the camera.
Me saying I hope that the cameras are on is when he came out with the fist like he was going to punch the truck window again or me or whatever he was going to do.
When he came out of the house or when he came around the truck?
When he came out of the house.
So at that point, he had already suspected something about the cameras, or no?
Objections calls for speculation.
Yeah, sustain.
Okay. So something clicked in Mr. Phillips. That's when he became the worst you've ever seen him.
When he clicked, it was, wait a minute, if you're leaving, I want to get my stuff. That's when it went from coming out to punch whatever he was going to punch, whether it be the window or myself, and then realize I was absolutely leaving. I think it was a stall method on his part that said, wait a minute, I want all of my stuff out of the truck.
So it's while he's going through the stuff in the truck. That is the worst you've ever seen him.
The most angry I've ever seen him is when the phone fell onto the ground.
Okay. And that's when he goes around the truck.
That is correct.
Okay. And we've heard testimony now from yourself, from others, that you have been choked, right?
I have.
And you've been hit.
I've never been hit. He's
Never
never
been hit.
punched me.
But he's grabbed you enough to leave bruises, right?
Correct.
And he's forced your head under the seat of the truck that night?
It wasn't under the seat. It was between the seats.
Between the seats. He used physical force against you in the truck?
Correct.
And at some point we heard testimony that he had broken into your place?
Several times.
And we heard, horrible things that he said. I'm not comfortable even saying them, but the N-word and stuff like that. We heard all that, correct?
Yes.
But this, in that moment, is when he goes around that truck, when something clicks, that is the angriest you've ever seen him.
The look I saw in him, yes. He was very upset.
Okay. So we're talking about a period of time when he goes from the passenger seat to your driver's side window.
Correct.
How many seconds is that?
2 to 3. I don't know. It's just running around the truck.
So what is the look? I guess describe the look. Describe the worst you've ever seen him. Is he yelling? Is he fuming? Is he?
No, so when I had my phone, and then when he jumped to grab it and it fell, as soon as it fell, I was like, oh no. I look at him, and he had this just evil look, and that's just when he just tore off, and I was like, oh my God.
So it was a look.
It was an absolute look, yes. Was he screaming then? No, not that I recall. I just remember him just immediately coming at me, or coming for me.
But it was that look that he gave you was the true worst you've ever seen him.
That's the scariest I've ever seen my husband, correct.
When he runs around the truck, does he have his fist up? Is that when he, I guess, do you remember that, or what's he doing when he's running around the truck?
Does he have his fist up? I don't think so. I mean, he's running around it happened in a matter of seconds. I don't know.
I mean, does he have the same evil look on his face?
He was very upset, yes.
Okay. Do you remember, can you answer, how does he walk around the truck?
He didn't walk around the truck, he ran around the truck.
He ran around the truck. And Miss Phillips, that's when you took off?
After he cleared the front and he was by my door, yes.
Okay. And you indicated, I'm looking at line 621.
Okay.
Investigator Leinfelder, so then I was just like, F this, and I was out, I'm gone, right?
What line are you on?
621 to 623.
I don't have that. Oh, I see it. I'm sorry. I found it. I apologize. Can you ask your question again? I'm sorry.
I can. So you're describing to Investigator Leinfelder, so then I was just like, F this, and I was out, I'm gone. Right?
Correct. I left.
I'm sorry, did you finish your answer?
I said I left.
And you described that again, this is, he's at the door. Mr. Phillips is at your driver's door.
Correct.
Did he reach up to open the driver's side door?
Well, that's what he would have been going for, yes.
Okay.
I couldn't exactly see, Mark, with how dark it was outside, but I know that he had cleared the door, or cleared the front, and was coming at my door.
And correct me if I'm wrong, did you indicate previously or somewhere that I guess you couldn't get the locks working?
No. So when Mark started running over, I tried locking. I was like trying to lock the doors. I'm not familiar with the truck, so I continuously tried to lock, and I don't know if I ever got it locked or not.
Okay. Can you look at line 647?
Yes.
And then I was like, F this, and then I took off. We're still talking about that same moment.
Correct, I did.
What number is it? I'm asking to publish Exhibit 41. No, I don't. I'm just asking if I can publish it. And
It's the interior of the truck, is that correct?
So, Arlo, could you?
It's the interior of the truck, correct?
Yes.
All right. I think it's been published before. Go ahead.
Ms. Phillips, I thought I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, is this the stuff Mr. Phillips was going through?
Correct.
So that stuff, that wasn't there when you drove home, right?
No, that's where I sat.
Yeah,
when we
because that's
drove
where you
home.
sat.
Yes.
Now, I would describe that as a lot of stuff. Would you describe that as a lot of stuff?
It was all in the middle console, correct. It's a lot of junk is what it is.
So all that stuff is in the center console.
Maybe he could have gone through the glove compartment. I don't remember. I think it was all in the center console, though.
So the center console, maybe the glove compartment, is there anywhere else you saw him go through?
No.
So Mr. Phillips is in the center console area getting this stuff.
Correct.
And he's taking it out and he's putting it on the seat and you're watching him do this, right?
I think he was doing it like in clumps. I mean, I don't think he was taking things out individually.
And while he's doing it, this is when he's saying mean things to you?
Correct.
Okay. And about how far is he away from your person at this point?
As far away from my purse?
What's the distance?
Did you say?
What's the distance between you and Mr. Phillips at this moment when he's going through his stuff?
3 feet.
He's at the center console.
He's standing outside at this point going through his stuff.
And when you have testified previously that he pushed you between the seats, you're talking about those two seats.
That is correct.
That is the driver's seat and the passenger seat.
That is correct.
So he is in between those two seats at the center console getting that stuff. Correct.
He wasn't, yeah, that's where he was reaching into, yes.
How long do you think it took him to get that stuff out?
How long was the delay is what I'll call it. I would say, I don't know, a couple minutes. I don't know.
Couple minutes.
That's a guess.
And you said you'll call it the delay. Why do you want to call it the delay?
Because I believe he was trying to delay me from leaving.
And is that where he got the HD bar chips?
He would have found the HD bar chips within that stuff somewhere, yes.
And that's when he's trying to verbally hurt you by saying he's going to go with other women.
Correct.
So, Ms. Phillips, can you direct your attention to line 908?
Okay.
He told me when he was taking his stuff out that he was going to go to HD. That's the HD Tavern, right?
That is correct.
So I assumed because he's like, you know what, I'm going to use these 2 bar chips that I have tonight. I'm like, you go ahead, Mark.
Correct.
Did you say that to Mr. Phillips?
I'm assuming I did if that's what I said in this.
You take off and you go to the subdivision, right?
Correct.
Do you know where that subdivision is?
Yes.
Where?
Well, I mean, I could drive there. I mean, I know where it is. I don't know how to, it was down the road like 2 miles from what I understand.
What road is it on?
Well, it's off of, it would be, I don't know if it's M or W because it changes at some point. So M or W, it's off to the left.
Do you remember when
Going towards home, excuse me.
Do you remember when Sergeant Valencia testified?
Yes.
Do you remember him talking about the 3 roads that could have been on the left there?
Yes.
I think it was McCurdy,
Yes.
Pryor,
Okay.
and then do you remember one other one? I started with an R. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the roads are called. I have no idea. But it wasn't, it was literally 2 miles away.
You don't know what the roads are called?
No, I don't know what the side roads are called, no. McCurdy, I saw him point out, Then you said there was a fryer or something. I'm not familiar with what they're called.
And that's the main road, right? The one that goes to your house?
No, that's County Road M or W. I think it starts with M and then goes to W. I'm not sure. It changes.
How many times do you think you've driven by that particular road while you were living at the residence?
What road?
The highway, the same highway that we saw Sergeant Valencia drive down in his initial squad video.
The County Road?
Is
The,
that,
the highway?
I'll re-ask you. Ms. Phillips, are you familiar with the house you lived in?
Of course.
And you're familiar with the roads next to the house you lived in?
I don't know the names of the roads. No, I'm familiar with the main road getting to my house.
What is the highway, roadway, describe it how you want, that goes in front of your house, the one that connects to what we've been calling the W driveway?
Judge, objection.
County Road W.
Good relevance.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this is relevant. I mean, she's talked about the roadway. We have plenty of testimony about that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Move on.
So, Ms. Phillips, is it safe to say that you have thought of, discovered, considered other details that were not provided to Investigator Leinfelder? Is that accurate?
Oh, absolutely.
And you got to that conclusion by reflecting,
Yes.
and you got to that conclusion by thinking with a clear mind?
Well, no, like for instance, one time he had asked me if I went in the house, and I told him no, I didn't think I went in the house that night. But then the next day when I opened my purse and saw my glasses and stuff, I was like, that's right, I did go in the house. I had forgotten. I did not remember going in the house at that point. So there's things like that.
Okay. But in all that time, you never thought about what road the subdivision was on?
Objection, relevance, argumentative.
Sustain.
And turn off the screen, please.
Based on what you saw Sergeant Valencia testify to, are you able to determine what road you were on?
Judge, objection, asked and answered.
She has testified to being 2 miles down in some subdivision. She doesn't know the roads. She has said that about 3 times now.
Okay.
And just to clarify, it's a newer subdevelopment, so I don't know the roads. I apologize.
Okay. So you're in the subdivision, you stop. Why do you stop?
Because I was waiting to see if my husband was chasing me.
Okay. And then you tried to look to see if he was there, chasing you.
Look to see if he was driving? Yes.
Okay. And while that happened, you told Investigator Leinfelder that you thought you saw a police officer. Is that correct?
I don't remember that. I said that there was maybe a vehicle. Yeah, you'll have to point me out on that.
Can I direct? Well, give me just a second. Can I direct your attention to line 198?
198?
198.
Okay.
And this car came up, and I'm like, oh my God, it's going to be a cop. It's going to be a cop, and I'm going to get in trouble here because I had been drinking. So then I just waited, and this car just pulled right into their driveway, right into their garage. So some white SUV, now do you remember?
So yes, there was a vehicle. I didn't say it was a cop. I said it could have been.
But you were afraid that it was a cop.
Well, I was hoping it wasn't because I didn't, particularly want to be, I was sitting in a subdevelopment with my light sign, out of place.
You're sitting in a subdivision.
Yes.
With your lights out of place. Your husband you're thinking he's going to come after you.
Correct.
And you're thinking he's going to come after you because you just saw him act in what is the worst you've ever seen.
He was the most upset. I think you're taking my information out of context. I said The look on his face was the most upset I've ever seen my husband.
At this point, safety is your sole priority. That's what you said when we started. Do you remember that?
When I left the house, that is correct.
And you're in the subdivision that is about 2 miles down the road.
Correct.
And it took you approximately how long to get to the subdivision? Do you remember?
Well, if it's 2 miles away, I'm assuming just a few minutes.
And you saw a vehicle that could have been a law enforcement officer. Is that correct?
I saw a vehicle pull into the subdivision, yes.
And you told investigator Leinfelder that you were, I guess, worried it would be a cop. Is that correct?
I said it could have been a cop, yes.
And you weren't thinking about, thank God I'm rescued? That isn't what's going through your head?
No, actually, I was thinking about, oh my gosh, am I going to get in trouble for drinking and driving?
Okay. So you're worried about getting an OWI at that point, or drinking and driving as you called it.
Well, right. I shouldn't have been drinking or driving, correct?
Okay.
Together.
And I guess, are you still in fight or flight mode at this point, or?
I had already left, so I already had felt safer.
Okay, so you already felt safer.
After leaving, yes.
And at the time you're in the subdivision, you're now feeling safer.
I was not at home anymore with my husband, correct?
Okay. But you thought he was coming after you?
I didn't know if he was coming after me or if he was going to the bar or whatever he was doing.
Okay. And then when you found out it wasn't a law enforcement officer, it was just some person in their neighborhood, right?
That is correct.
You didn't flag that person down?
No.
You didn't try to call that person for help?
I wasn't being attacked or anything at that point.
Okay. And then at 10:57, do you agree that's when you sent the text, the "Have a nice life" from Bismarck that we've seen several times?
If that's what the time was stamped on.
And you sent that to Mr. Phillips.
Correct.
And Mr. Phillips, well, let me rephrase that. 10:57, we agreed from our timeline that you got into your house at about 10:42 to 10:45,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Okay. Sure. Yes.
If you don't agree with that, disagree with that, and I'll move on. Do you agree with that?
I believe your time period is
Okay.
close. Yes, I'm sure.
And then there's a period of time where Mr. Phillips goes in the house, correct? Right?
Yes. When we first got back home, yes.
And then you testify that there is minutes that he is going through that center council trying to delay for time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you leave the driveway and you go to the subdivision that is about 2 miles down the road, correct?
That is correct.
So 10:57, how long do you think, based on what we just walked through, that you've been in that subdivision?
You mean how long I was there altogether?
Between the time you got there and the time you sent that text at 10:57 to Mr. Phillips.
I don't, it was 5 years ago. I have no idea how long I was. I have no idea.
That's fine. So you send that text to Mr. Phillips. I thought I heard yesterday, I thought I heard you say yesterday that you sent that sarcastically. Did I hear that right? Is that wrong?
Judge,
No.
I object to mischaracterization.
I'm asking her to clarify.
She can clarify.
So I don't know, the ending part is what I was not sure. I don't remember if I was being facetious or if I was being genuine. When it said good luck in Bismarck, I don't remember.
Okay. And you sent that text to Mr. Phillips, possibly facetiously, maybe 5 minutes after you had just had this incident?
The facetious part would have only been the last sentence.
I'm talking about the text itself.
Can you repeat the question, please?
You sent that text, that possibly facetious text, to Mr. Phillips within 5 minutes of leaving your driveway. Does that sound fair?
Potentially.
And you were trying to accomplish what by sending that text?
Letting him know I was not going with him.
And that's the same Mr. Phillips that is jealous.
That is jealous, you
Yes.
said? Yeah, he's jealous, correct?
And that's the same Mr. Phillips who, when I read you that quote about the description of him, can't let you go.
Well, he didn't want to lose me, if that's what you're saying.
Can't let you go, won't let you go. That's what puts him into this extra emotional, scary state, that and alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And you were afraid that that same man was chasing you or going to chase you.
Anytime we got into an argument, he used to chase me, yes, to try and make things better.
Okay. Were you trying to upset him? Were you trying to...
Why would I ever want to upset my husband?
I'm not answering the questions here.
Well, I'm telling you, I would never try and upset my husband if he's been drinking.
Okay. And then that's about when you start texting Hannah, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then at some point after that, that's when you go to the hotel?
After I left the subdevelopment, yes, I had gone to the first hotel, correct.
I guess, which was the hotel that you, I guess, tried to book a room and it didn't work out?
That was the Baymont.
Okay. So the Baymont, and you were hoping to stay there for the night?
Correct, so that was the second hotel.
Because you weren't going home?
Correct.
Because home wasn't safe?
At the moment, that was correct.
At the moment you were at the hotel?
At the moment that Mark would have still been awake.
I guess if you had been in the hotel, if you had gotten the room, would you have just stayed there?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that was the plan.
Yes.
Okay. And then when that failed, eventually Miss Klinsky and her family, she'd indicated that you could have gone to Winona, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't take her up on that offer?
Absolutely not, no.
Why not?
Because it would have upset my husband.
How so?
He actually didn't allow me to go to Winona without him.
Do you have any, I'm asking from the perspective of what you believe and experienced. How would he have found you in Winona?
What?
How would he have known you were in Winona if you chose to go that way?
I don't think that's the point. If I went to Winona and he found out, he would be very upset.
You're talking about him finding out the next day?
Correct.
Okay. But he wouldn't have been upset finding out that you were in a hotel?
That's way better than me going to Winona.
Even when he's acting delusional and he's making weird connections?
There's no way I could go to Winona. I did what I was supposed to do and go try and book a hotel.
Okay. What you were supposed to do?
Well, it was not to go to Winona. I did the right thing.
I'm asking supposed to do per whom? Like?
For that, so that I wouldn't upset my husband.
So you're still worried about upsetting him at this point?
Of course.
Okay. And then, it was, I think, somewhere around midnight, you send him the physical abuse quote?
Okay. I know I did. I don't recall what time it was, but I know it's all been shown, so I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay. And the point of that quote was that you wanted him to self-reflect. Is that why you sent that?
That is correct.
And self-reflect when?
When he read it.
So when he read it, assuming it was received when you sent it, when he read it, that's when you wanted him to self-reflect?
Correct.
And that wouldn't have made him mad?
No. Oh, so Mark used to send me daily quotes. So, he would understand me sending him a quote. It's something we did daily.
So the inebriated Mr. Phillips, the annihilated Mr. Phillips, the bad Mr. Phillips, he would have understood that at that time?
It wouldn't have. I don't believe it would have upset him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent it.
Okay. So at this point, you've ended their marriage. You've caught it off, right? You've given him the ring back?
I did.
And you told him you're leaving?
That
right?
He's leaving without me, and that, you mean to Bismarck?
And you just took the truck,
Mm-hmm.
his truck,
My truck.
Your truck?
It's my truck.
Okay.
I bought it.
So are you referring to that you bought it or that you drove it?
I didn't drive. I bought the truck before Mark and I got married. It was in my name.
Okay, so it is your truck.
It is my truck, yes.
Okay. But he would drive it.
It's my truck that he drove, correct.
Okay. And he's in a incredibly heightened state. That's what we heard testimony about, right?
Which part are we talking about?
Okay, I'll move on.
Move on, please. Yep.
This crazy person, this version of Mr. Phillips, you thought he was going to self-reflect.
Yes, because we do quotes every day.
Okay. In that moment, in your answer, I'll move on. That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Phillips, I want to just touch briefly on these cameras. So you pull up the camera at 11:08, right? That's when you arm it again. Is that correct?
That's when I'm what?
When you rearm the camera.
Okay. I mean, if that's what the reports say, sure. I mean, I don't know times from that night.
And it is your understanding that the camera, it's your understanding that the camera detects motion.
Correct.
And you wanted the camera on to make sure that no one was coming or going.
That is correct.
And that was specifically Mr. Phillips leaving or some other female from going?
From coming.
Coming.
Yes.
Okay. So if someone had come in the driveway, the camera would have been set off, right?
Yes. I mean, there's been times where it hasn't gone off, but yes.
So why did you need to live stream it?
To see if there was any activity that I wasn't wasn't caught on the camera. I can give you an example that Mr. Phillips, Mark's father, had pulled in one time to come get the trailer, and it was caught at the bottom that somebody pulled in backwards, and it woke me up. So I left my room and went out and didn't see anything else, but they were hooking up the trailer and leaving, and none of that was caught on camera.
Because it wasn't on or because it didn't see it?
It caught them backing up into the, so originally I thought somebody missed M or something, so they backed up and were going to go out of our driveway to a spot that they may have missed pulling off.
Okay.
So I didn't think anything of it when I got up, and then, because I wasn't even really dressed, I saw two men outside hooking up a trailer, and none of that activity was on our cameras.
So there's that one instance where the motion didn't pick it up? Is that where you're...
That I'm aware of.
Okay, that you're aware of. And then you check those cameras again at midnight?
Okay.
Around? And 1:35, right?
Okay.
Okay. And you're at what point in the Woodman's parking lot, I guess, what's going through your head at this point?
I wasn't at the, well, I mean, so now I'm back at the Woodman's parking lot?
You're at the Woodman's parking lot, that is what I'm asking about.
Okay.
What is going through your head?
At that point that I wasn't going back home.
So at Woodman's, you still had made the determination that it was not safe?
Right. I was going to still try and sleep so that, until Mark could fall asleep.
At what point did you make the determination that it was safe from the Woodman's parking lot moving forward?
Okay, so I wasn't at the Woodman's parking lot. I was at the other parking lot. When I woke up and I was cold, I did search again for hotels that I must not have found anything. And after that is when I determined that Mark should probably be sleeping by now. I want to say it was like 2-something. So I figured even if he went out, he would have been home in bed, passed out by then.
Okay. Home in bed, not home in the man cave?
No, home in bed.
Okay.
He wouldn't sleep in the man cave if he had the whole house.
Okay. Because I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, that you had found him passed out in the man cave many times before. Is that right?
If we had an argument, he would sleep in the man cave. But that's because I would be in the master.
Okay. So you did have an argument tonight, but he would not be there. Is that your understanding?
In the man cave?
Yes.
There would be no reason for him to be in the man cave when he's got the whole house, because I wasn't there.
So when you came home, you didn't check the man cave?
No.
Okay.
There would be no reason to check the man cave.
Did you check the garage right when you got home that night?
No,
Why?
because I saw his shoes inside the house.
So I want to make sure that I understand, well, before I move on. So you pull in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And that's the W driveway, right?
The first driveway, correct.
And the garage we saw is right there. That's right?
Yes,
And the side door is also right there on the side of that garage.
correct.
You didn't check that garage when you got up to the driveway.
No, Mark would have been, if he went out, he would have been home by then. So I had no reason to check the garage.
And the dining room light was on, right?
The dining room light was on, yes.
And is that the big side windows that we saw on the W driveway in those pictures?
Yes,
So those lights are on.
correct.
And the door's unlocked.
The door was unlocked, yes.
And Mr. Phillips didn't lock that door.
Right, which is unusual.
And it was unusual.
Absolutely.
And you didn't think, this is strange, I should go check the garage.
Judge, objection. This implies a legal duty that hasn't been established.
Checking garage. Checking the garage, I'm not sure what legal duty there is there, but I'll let him ask the question. She didn't check the garage, if that's the answer. Go ahead.
That is correct. I did not check the garage.
So I want to make sure I understand clearly as well. So if Mr. Phillips is awake, at this point, there is a safety concern, correct?
Right, but I don't know why he would have been awake after 2 a.m.
That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry, but I did say affirmatively correct, yes.
So if he wakes up, we're back to where we were in the driveway in terms of it's scary, you're unsafe, you're fearful for your safety.
I think he may have been happy to have me home. I don't know.
Okay. But you were concerned about that, which is why you did not want to wake him up.
If he was home sleeping, correct. I did not want to wake him up. If he was sleeping, correct. You are right.
But the reason you went home is because you believed he was asleep.
Well, I didn't have anywhere. I didn't have anywhere else to go
Okay.
because I wasn't going to Winona.
Okay. You didn't have anywhere else to go other than Winona that you were aware of.
Well, there weren't any hotels, and I mean I wasn't going to call somebody at 2 a.m. and like Kimmy or somebody and say, "Can I come over?"
And when you had looked up physical abuse, was it quit, quote, or quite?
I'm not sure if it was quit or quote, to tell you the truth.
Okay. So the search engine you used didn't populate resources for anything like that, shelters, nothing? You didn't see any of that?
No, not that I recall, no.
And I'm referring for resources for domestic violence victims.
Yeah, no, I don't recall anything like that.
So when you pull into that driveway, the W driveway,
Yes,
you slow down. I guess you're coming from the WM intersection past the M driveway into the W driveway. Is that right?
correct.
And you didn't pull right up the M driveway. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, I don't ever do the M driveway.
Okay. But didn't you testify that truck, when Mark uses that, he takes that truck and it's always up the M driveway, facing the W driveway, right at the door?
It's always if he's coming from West Salem, yes.
Oh.
He does that driveway. I don't like that driveway.
Okay. So parking his truck in the opposite way that he likes, that he prefers, that wouldn't have upset him?
Objection calls for speculation, relevance.
Overruled if he was upset by that or not.
No, I mean, that's ridiculous. I don't know why he would be upset of how I would park a vehicle.
Oh, well, it is ridiculous, but we've heard that he makes assumptions, right? And he has delusions. Is that also correct?
What does it have to, I don't understand.
Thing.
I don't understand, I'm sorry.
I'll rephrase the question. You had said that you wouldn't do anything to upset Mr. Phillips.
Correct.
and you're referring in many other things, you wouldn't do anything like going to a hotel or something that would make him mad. Or not a hotel, Winona.
Correct.
So things that wouldn't set off a normal person seem to have set off Mr. Phillips.
Not my driving.
Not the driving.
Not the driving. I mean, he knows which driveway I take.
But not little things like you not acting a certain way or doing a certain thing or behaving the way he wanted you to, that didn't set him off.
Objection, asked and answered, argumentative.
Sustained
Okay.
on both counts. Go ahead. If we can move on, counsel.
So, Ms. Phillips, when you pull into that driveway and the direction you took, and you take that right turn to get into the W driveway,
That is
right?
correct, yes.
Are you going fast? Are you going slow?
I'm going a normal speed going up a driveway.
Okay. So you're not concerned that he is maybe awake?
At that time, no.
But you saw the dining room light, right?
You know, I don't even know if I paid attention to that when I first pulled up. I don't remember. I mean, I don't know. I don't remember driving up and noticing the dining room light on, but I don't, it's, again, 5 years ago, I don't know.
But you did tell me a few minutes ago that those are the big side windows we saw
Yeah.
of that house.
That is correct.
Okay, so you didn't notice that light on when you drove up?
I mean, I might have. I don't, to this day, I don't remember. I don't know.
So, Ms. Phillips, you're going into a situation where a potential abuser is located. Is that fair?
A sleeping abuser is what was in my mind, yes.
And safety is your sole priority. Is that fair?
Objection, asked and answered, argumentative.
Yeah, let's move on, counsel.
Okay.
You can talk about going up the driveway, but go on to other issues other than what you keep on saying over and over again. Go ahead.
Okay. Were you in a state of heightened alert of any variety as you're going up the driveway?
So move on.
Okay. That's a picture of the driveway, request to publish.
Yeah, it's been published before. Go ahead. What exhibit is it?
I believe it's 20. Ms. Phillips, can you point? Do you have the laser pointer? Ms. Phillips, can you direct with the laser pointer the direction you would have taken and angle it towards the stopping position of your driveway?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't catch it.
Can you take the laser pointer and direct us the direction you would have taken into where you parked the car?
So I went up and parked the car, like more so over here.
Can we indicate on the record where the laser pointer was?
The laser pointer seems to be going straight up the driveway up to about where the embankment ends the corner of the driveway and then wraps around towards the stopping position that is the driveway between the man cave and the house. Is that accurate, Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
So, Ms. Phillips, once you get inside and I guess the dining room light's on, it's unusual, what happens next?
I went and laid on the couch.
Okay. And at some point,
Well, I apologize. I turned the kitchen, or I locked the door and turned the light off.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. Lori, were you aware of whether or not Mark had multiple pairs of the same tennis shoes?
Honestly, I didn't. I don't know if I did know that or not because they're identical. They were identical.
Okay. Did he have 2 pairs of the same shoes?
He did. Come to find out, yes.
Now, referring back to the text message that Mr. Burdick was asking you about, was the entire text about going to Bismarck without you, was that entire text intended to be facetious, Ms. Phillips?
Absolutely not.
What was your intent with the text with regard to everything but good luck in Bismarck?
I mean, to let him know that I wasn't going, but I don't believe I was being malicious.
Lori, is the reason that you fled from Mark because he was degrading or degrading you or for some other reason?
That I fled from Mark is to get to safety.
Because you were scared?
I was scared of him, yes.
Just to clarify an issue on rule of completeness here. I'm going to page 21, start at line 647. 647.
I'm sorry, Attorney Zacher, is that my copy or your copy?
That is my copy.
Okay,
It's
I just saw the
exhibit A.
highlight. I want to make sure I didn't leave my, okay.
Lori, are you there?
Yes.
You remember when Mr. Burdick asked you to read, and then I was like, F this, and then I took off?
Yes.
All right. Going immediately to the next page on page 22, starting at line 648. Investigator Leinfelder clarifies immediately, quote, so he was right at your door, end quote, and your response was, mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Meaning affirmative, yes.
Is that to refer to the fact that when you took off, Mark was right at your door?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you still cared about Mark, still loved Mark, even after everything that had happened?
Outside of the scope across.
Yeah, sustained.
Lori, at this point, is it fair to say that you don't, or you know exactly what happened with Mark on that evening?
I have no idea.
Nothing further.
Any recross?
No.
All right. I think you may step down.
Thank you.